If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 11th of March 2026 and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Sandown Hillside. Now this is how the track looks like. This is hands down one of the most difficult tracks in Australia. We have raced here a few times and we are going to be racing here today again. The track has two circuits. One is the lakeside, which is this side of the track, and the other side is the hillside, which is this side of the track. We're going to be using this side of the track today. That leaves us with a steep 490 meters of straight from the last bend to the finishing post. It's about 490 meters. And that's where we are going to be racing today. About the track, it gives approximately about 30 to 40% on the odds, and that's more or less what it gives, and we'll see what we can navigate through today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in two steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate that. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock, we often give it a shout out. If we find that there are circumstantial changes, we highlight those things. So that's more or less what we do. So the first one today here is an open race 1000 meter. We will see what the market is saying. $12 and $14 has been scratched, so we don't have 12 or 14. $3, $4, $9 and $13. So this is the first one. We hardly have got anything to work with here. The 4 happens to be the one which looks which has got the best numbers. But the fact is this, that this is going to come from gate number 12. 3, which is the favorite, is going to come from a much inner gate, but this is 1000 meters, so everybody is going to be raved. Gate numbers may not interfere that much. However, that definitely stays a hindrance. But if we look at the 4 and the 3 probably is there because of the gate number and a jockey. 4 has better numbers and a jockey. 4 is anyway the EW. There are no linears in this one because these horses have never raced. So that's more or less where we stand. And the DICR, if we look through the DICR, now there are 3 sections of the DICR. The first one is the top classes. These are gender biased, definitely. Then we have this one, which is there with a different weight. It is definitely because of its performance, which we can see because those are Lavard and this is Lavard. So definitely there's a problem because of the differentiation is because of the last performance, probably. And these two are the favorites. However, 4 has better numbers. We will see how that works. I'm not going to get into the first one. This one, we don't have any numbers. Now, before I say all that, there are a few things that I think is very important to talk about. Each and every race is a proposal which has been thrown at you from the house. Now, as someone who is interested in betting in horse racing or anything on those lines, the first thing that needs to be done is whether or not you accept that proposal. And why it is like that? Because out of all those horses, one of the horses is going to win. Okay? Rest everything is a bait. It's like it might be already very familiar with all of us that one of them is going to win and the rest of them are not going to win. But where it makes the difference is your decision on how you perceive this. If you have a little bit of doubt on any of the horses and you had interest in investing on that horse, step out. There's no need for you to get into this. If you follow finance, if you follow anything to do with that requires numbers, analytics, and all that, the format is risk first. Understand your risk. What are you accepting as an offer? What is your risk in that offer? And then decide whether you want to get into it or not. Now, those are one side of the story. The other side is, after the races on Saturday at Flemington, rise to weight, we have to we have to get the difference. All right, so that's the difference, that's the revised weight. And now we have something called a quant. Now the quant is basically the difference, the promotion. This is where they're coming from. This is what they're going to anticipate it, that they're going here. So that's the quant, which we will show. The higher it is, the better it is. And then we have the load. All right. So now explaining the load is like this, that we know there are high pressure and low pressure. So this is basically calculating that depending on the promotion. We might have a promotion here and a a pressure line here, but it is recalculating that with the promotion. So we will see how that works, and we will work through this. But having said that, if both of them are the same, then the lower it is, the better it is. The lower it is, the better it is. The higher has to be substantially high. If this is 3.5 on a quant, the lower is better. If it has to be high, it has to be very high. And then we can obviously see what kind of a horse it is, the performance, and the form line, plus the DICR, the character. Like in this one, there's an like here we have few horses that are very high on the load. Those are not negative, those are like positive. All right, but that has to be measured with the quant to whom it has been assigned and how it has been assigned. Okay, so we'll see how that works, and we will continue doing this and figure out. The 4 looks good. I'm going to be out of the first one. There's nothing to talk about it. There are no horses to talk about it. Anything can happen from anywhere. The 4 looks good, the best, but from gate number 12, definitely it's a difficult proposition. 3 is a colt which has never raced. It's going to be racing for the first time today. The hand is good, and that's where everything lies. Okay, we'll see how that works. Jimmy, welcome back, Jimmy. Yeah, we always try to do that, Jimmy. That's the agenda. The first one is a blind. The first one is a blind one. Even the second one is a 3000 meter. So that is also a googly. The 3000 meter is also a googly. But we'll try to figure out what are the best possibilities. And I'm really sorry about the other day because when I'm putting the feed on, I was not able to see the chats and I could not respond. But I have made an arrangement today, so even if I put up the feed on, which is full screen, I should be able to see the chats and respond.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was right. I think of it as well. He's getting himself really quite in the whole yard, and he's quite foaming up quite significantly too. His attitude doesn't seem to be too busy though, but just one to watch.
Number 3 is our favourite. This is Bugsy. This is the son of Harry Angel, bought by Nick Price, Michael Kitchie. Not a lot of money. So I think book 2 of the Magic Millions about $80,000. Looks a really speedy time. Yeah, it does. And the thing with Bugsy's jump battle trials, they've sort of, he's shown brilliant speed, but then he's been asked to respond and he's actually linked it really well. So if he can bounce out of an inside power and put himself right there, you know, you can imagine he'll get a similar response. But I didn't see the market just so heavily invested in one horse.
Cliffy, thank you for bringing in your friend, my friend. Thank you so much for doing that.
For me, it's money short.
He's got a good bit of quality about him, this fella. He's got a really lovely head. He's a nice athletic type too. He looks to me not like your typical jump and run 2-year-old that hasn't got stroke to get over 30.
Belated happy birthday, Jimmy.
Number 4, Dirty Harry, is one of a couple of runners who have been to the races before, trained by the Aces. You see, crossover noseband goes on first time because he did look like he wanted to get things over and done with in his first start with 4th. So it should be better for the race experience, more control, speed, and had race experience.
It means a lot, Cliffy. It means a lot. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, be very, very careful about the first one. We have no clue about this. There's nothing on these horses.
Well, child betters are a lot better than that. Surely Matthew can't find the bargain. Maybe he's found one here. He sort of sat back and a bit of work. Yeah, you know, plays up okay. Like, I thought it was an average.
We all are getting old, Jimmy.
Yeah, you got a chance to get something back with him.
Yeah, good luck to them. I hope he turns out a nice horse. They don't know their purchase prices, these horses.
We all are getting
He
old.
presents really quite well. He's quite an athletic type of horse, and he's handling himself mentally particularly well here.
Number 6 is Palmento. Tim Fitzsimmons trains this one. I was impressed with its jump out of Bendigo. I'm not too sure what it'd be, but we can do it nice. I'm with you. Other horse, he jumped, just travelled well. He's top by staying side. I haven't sort of noticed a heck of a lot of them, but I mean, I put it on par with some of the horses that were at the point end of the betting, to be honest, and you're getting a lot better price, so there's no knock from him whatsoever.
Now, he's one of my favourite horses in the parade ring here too, Hutch. He's really lovely. He's got a good bit of quality about him as well. He's been really sensible. He's just perfectly balanced everywhere.
Number 7 is Urban Magic. This is the son of Magnus, trained by Dennis Oliver. I thought the recent jump out was just average compared to some of the other rivals, but he's another horse that looks okay. That second jump out with probably pressure, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a bit of improvement.
Not the prettiest horse in the parade ring by any stretch of the imagination, but he's been turned out nice and fit and healthy here.
Number 8, Macedon Mission, started 101 on debut, went 7th behind Medicinal, and the tongue tie goes on for the finish time. Yeah, I think 90 to 1 has a big price at the back of that debut. It's a pretty fair bit off that.
Presents very well, so hopefully you can improve with the tongue tie. You can see it happen where they have their tongue out the way, they get it over, and it can really impact their performance. He's just a little bit reluctant to go forward though, which sometimes can happen when you've got a tongue tie on for the first time too. So just need to keep an eye on him, and hopefully he trots off nicely now.
Number 9 is Book Window. This is from the 3-bin yard. They've had a good run with their 2-year-olds. This Stevie Tom Spike Health. Yeah, once you put that on, it'll be a little positive. A lot of these that we've spoken about a jump and run type, Book Window sat back and now start. Now that might really be a positive here for the stable combination. You really have to expect it.
She's a really pretty filly. I like her. She is your typical 2-year-old type. She's still quite bone height too. I think she's going to come up with her and has still got a bit of maturing to do, but she looks poised for today.
The best named 2-year-old in this first race is trained by the Hayes camp, Mr. Five Zoo, out of the mare called Ever Terror the Farm. I like it. So this horse is another one that's been pleased with the work, and others have been more impressive, but one of the surprises might be that.
Yeah, she paraded really professionally, which is what you can't see with the Hayes team. The 2-year-olds have usually got such a good grounding, and I thought she was one of the more sensible here.
Number 11's Money Honey. This is the horse Nick Ashman was talking about. What have you made of its jump outs? Yeah, they'd be good. Trial recently, finished second. Once again, just doesn't take on the field, but there'll be races for her, not today perhaps, but in the future.
Yeah, another horse that presented really well. There's really not much between a lot of these. She was sensible, very fit, very toned.
Actually, the one you were specking on debut, number 13, on her journey, trained by him as well. I like the work. I mean, it was good to see Philly by Royal meeting. It's been nice to be paid. I mean, I would have loved to see one more jump out, but hey, showed up there for me. I'm sure there'll be a pretty counter, so that she can't today.
Yeah, she was one that was quite busy consistently the whole time that she was in the yard. She has got a good athletic frame and a nice rich colour to her.
Tricky way to start the day with so many debutantes, Hutch, but you can add a little bit of value.
The second one, the second one is tricky. It's a 3,000 meter gate. Welcome back. It's a 3,000 meter. And they have all 6-year-olds.
I'll be happy
There's
to
a
go.
9-year-old in there.
Maybe the 9 and no, overall 13, 3, 6, 9. Good little race. Looking forward to it. I mean, your eagle eye plays a big part with a lot of these debutantes.
Yeah, well, this is a really tricky race to dissect, Michael, because there's quite a bit of quality here. I would say the number 5, Little Gangster, it's pick-rooted the whole way down to the start too, so I'm half keeping an eye on over my shoulder there to make sure Craig Hewitt's still in the saddle, but it's being a little bit difficult. I've got Bugsy on top. I just couldn't go past him. I think he's a beautiful looking horse, bit of quality when he walked into the yard. There was a couple of other that I could have easily had on top. Palmetto was another one that presented really nicely, and Brooklinda of the fillies, I thought she looked great.
All right, Bugsy's on top from Amy, and the punters have certainly
It's cold.
gone for did touch odds on out to even money now, but have a look at beast mode. I expect you can get $2.15 if you want to play beast mode. Jump on now, it is live. Spicy odds both at Sandown, Balagmana and Ascot as well. Camp Hayes, Team Hayes have a very big hand with 3 debutantes here. Let's find out a little more about them.
Your time, Reese. Busy time for you saddling up the 3 runners there. Let's start with Barwon Heights, so qualified star winners. How's he coming to today?
Very happy with him. He sticked his first box, so he was nice out of the back and paraded beautifully for a cold debut. So hopefully he can run well. He's got the benefit of 2 trials and especially the exposure at Ballarat. So we'll probably have 41 and hopefully he runs a good race here.
You've got Dirty Harry that comes to the races for the second time today. Has he shown much improvement between the months?
Well, he has improved, and he was just victim of his own circumstances. He just grabbed the race by the scruff of the neck, and he was running pretty solid times out there, and probably that just told late on him. But I think with the application of crossover, he'd probably be a bit more trackable in Jamie Mellon's hands, and hopefully the race experience can do something here.
You've got the incredibly well-named filly too, Mystify Zoo. How's she?
Yeah, she is very nice actually. She can be a little bit hot every now and then at track work and at home, but she showed no signs of that here. She paraded beautifully, so hopefully that could be a very good positive sign moving forward here for us.
She really did, didn't she? She was one of the most professional in the yard.
Yeah, very professional, and I think that professionalism will take a long way.
If you had to separate the 3, who do you think would be the most competitive here? If you've got a crystal ball, I know it's difficult.
Well, very hard here, but we just go with the logical thought here with the race experience one Dirty Harry, because his trial leading into his first up run was very solid behind Hard Kick, who actually won a stakes race. So I think that form line puts the measure up here.
You've also got a couple of other runners for this evening. Tested runs have been amazing since coming back to Australia.
Yes, he went good wins on the board. This is a hard race here again, which is normally you have to step up the bar and see how far they can go. And I think he'll run a competitive race here.
What about Crocodiles? Snapping along okay?
Yeah, Crocodile, he's after his first up run, he was thrown into the deep end a bit, and he didn't run too bad his last start. He was victim of circumstances. He got a very hard run. The wider position there, and then probably that just hold up later. I think that he comes down in class here, and hopefully the 1,800 metres today will give us a good guide, but then he can say that distance.
Thanks for all your insight, Reese, and good luck here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Interesting. Dirty Harry on top from Team Hayes in the first race here. Nick, any insights
Just
to first?
keep going for Honor Journey here. That Mellon Dwyer, I think I reckon's catching a few of the eyeballs on the pros. Here with $8
Just getting out a bit now, Bugsy, $2.10. It did look like it was getting short when it tipped into odds on and touched the
It did, but pretty happy that we've suggested one at an each way price that's being supported.
Would you say there's plenty of carrots for Bugsy?
Come on.
Just to match the snappy crocodile.
That 2 dad joke, that's base of one.
You know what? I didn't think that catch Amy. Crocodile snappy, but hey, hold my beer. Carrots just come.
Oh, mate. One man who knows all about dad jokes is Matty Hill, and here he is ready for his first call of the day. Terrific, Michael. Hope you're well. And hi, Hutch team. The first race on the card over the 1,000 metres as the field load away. That's Craig Williams there on Bugsy. Fresh from a Group 1 win on Tom Hinton on Saturday and a couple of winners at Musselbrook on Sunday. Stalls filling quickly as On a Journey, who's the $12 into $7.50 with bookmakers, comes along, and Urban Magic at 100 to 1 is going to be the final one. Proceeding for the field of 12 2-year-olds. He's Sport Bet Jockey Watch handicap. Urban Magic goes in and the field is set. Bugsy the favourite. Gates are backing away and Bugsy broke away quite speedily there towards the rails and Palmetto jumped well with Dirty Harry as expected, also showing pace. Behind those horses, Money Honey and also Boy from Zadar is driving through. After 200 metres, Boy from Zadar, Bugsy and Dirty Harry across the course, selected a half Money Honey, Palmetto, and then came Mystified Zoo, On a Journey in limited room there, followed then by Brooklinda, Urban Magic, well back Macedon Mission, and then came Little Gangster, and pulled out of the race is Barwon Heights. Boy from Zadar down the hill, 400 metres to go, with Bugsy the outside throwing out a strong challenge. Then came Dirty Harry up the middle of the course from Money Honey. Brooklinda down the centre, and then Palmetto. It's Bugsy having trouble getting past Boy from Zadar below the 200 metres. Money Honey on a journey, starting to weave through, and Brooklinda late. Bugsy eventually went to the front from Money Honey. Bugsy stronger to the line.
318.
And rocketing home on the outside, but third was Macedon Mission and Eye Catcher. Then On a Journey and Palmetto, and behind those horses, Mystified Zoo, Brooklinda, Boy from Zadar, Dirty Harry,
3, 11, 8 and 30.
well back, and Little Gangster, and just crossing the line about 150 metres off those Barwon Heights.
3, 11, 9 and 30. So that was the first favorite that came up. 3. We'll go to the next. Three, 8, 9 and 10 all scratched. Three, 8, 9 and 10 all scratched. I will check the gate numbers for once. 1 is 4. 2 is 2. 4 is 10. 5 is 1. 6 is 5. 7 is 3. All right. Okay, so a couple of things about this particular track. This track is this track is one of the most difficult tracks in Australia. So that's that. Okay. Now here is the thing. So what I have done is, we know what is the revised weight. Okay, so the revised weight basically shows where it is coming from, and this one potentially shows where it is going to. And then we have a DICR, which actually shows the class of that horse. Okay, so when we do that, what we also have to do, I'm going to take these columns off. These columns are not going to be there. They're there right now for the reference, so that when we are working with this, you can see what number it is showing, and then also check with the DICR why it is showing like that. And if you can calculate, you can calculate that here as well. So this is where they're coming from, this is where they're going. Quant is going to show the difference after where they're coming from, the drop, and then the DICR through the class. Now that's quant. Load basically is going to show the higher it is, the difficult it is, which is going to show why, because it will take the consideration of the fact that there's a drop in class, and that's how it will calculate the load. I have cross-checked this with Flemington the other day, and it is showing exactly what I am talking about. If there is a mistake, we will be able to identify that and where it has gone wrong. So ideally, what should happen is the quant should work. And with the quant, the low, if it has to be higher, it has to be really high. Otherwise, it is always lower. If both of them are the same, then the lower is better. Okay. If the quant is very low, then we will have to take a judgment call. So we will see how that works. 1, 2, 6, and 4. So 1 is a 9-year-old gilding over 3,000 meters, okay? Now, what is about this horse is basically that if we look at the revised weight, it is showing 74, okay? Which is a very strong weight. And if you go and check on RaceNet itself, if you go and check what was the last weight it was carrying, it should show that it was carrying 74. We'll take a look at that. Luck. It's 2900. It is not there in RaceNet, at least I can't find out, but you can through others sections. Anyway, so point is this, that this is a very heavy weight, which it is coming from, okay? But what is happening through the quant is it is going on the 4th line, because definitely it is not doing great, and it is a 9-year-old gilding. So that's where it is. The match is the best match, okay? The match is the best match, but that's how things are. The second one, which is there, is 1, 2, I think that's the odd. 1, 2, 6, and 4. So that's that. 6 is on the 3rd line. These two are like neck to neck, but that's the entire thing is kind of a little dicey, okay? Why it is dicey is because, see this, if we look at what is happening with 6, okay, 6 is going to run neutral. This one is a 9-year-old gelding. The 4, the form line is kind of questionable. And the 2, which is there, they fail from there. Okay. So, all 4 of them are questionable in their own ways. Whether we have the quant basically shows 2 is the right match. All right, 2 should win, ideally. But having said that, we also have to refer to this genius here because they fail from there. This is something that we have seen multiple times. It's not once, twice. It has happened multiple times that they will fail whenever they are in a position like that. Okay, they fail. And these 2 which are there, okay, these 2 which are there, what is the difference between these horses and what are we dealing with? We are dealing with a benchmark 70, which is probably an entry level race, and we have certain conditions here, and the conditions are like this, that the top class is a 9-year-old gelding over 3000 meters. The second one is a 4-year-old gelding, which is going to run neutral. It is not the highest class. The probability is they will fail. 2 has the best possible match through the quant, but they fail from there. 4 and 2 are almost neck to neck through the class, and that's how it stands. Now, those are unquestionable situations. The difference between these horses and these horses are they are young. They are young. And they're going to carry a lot lesser weight on them for 3000 meters. They do not have the form line. They do not match. I mean, the 5 is borderline there, but that doesn't help anyway. Point is this, that if we talk about what are the top favorites, the 4 horses, they have their own challenges. One is the linear, which we can see that is the highest pressure line, and that's how it looks like. Through the quant, if we look at it, is on the 4th line. That is not helping. 2 has the best case scenario, but they fail from there. 4 and 2 are almost neck to neck, but if that's the case, then 2 has the advantage. Both of them are 6-year-old. This one is not the highest class. We know for a neutral to win, they have to have the highest class. They are not, unfortunately. So all 4 of them has an issue. These 2, the issue is the form line. The issue is the form line. If this was not a 3000 meter, then also the problem remains because they fail from there. Okay, whenever the drift is up there, whenever the larger drift is up here, they fail. We've seen that. It's not once, twice, but many times. Now the proposal is this, that the house is going to talk very good about this 9-year-old gelding, and probably it is very good because it has that class, and then we can see the numbers on this, what it was carrying in the previous race. But that also is going to talk here because there's a drop. The proposal is this, that you accept a 9-year-old and put your assets on a 9-year-old and hope that it will win. The next one, we have seen them failing. We again hope that they will win from there. That's a hope. 6 is anyway on the 4 and 6 are on the 3rd and the 4th line. So the best case scenario is definitely with 2. But they fail. 6 is going to run neutral. They fail unless they are very high class. 4 and 2, they're kind of neck to neck. But if that's the case, then 2 has an upper hand, but they fail. These two, nobody is talking about. There is no reason to talk about them because they do not have the form line, but they're the youngest horses. So for me, I don't accept this as a proposal at the first place. All right. For me, if I have to get involved, I need to have a comfort zone. I need to have something believable. Unfortunately, I cannot believe a 9-year-old. The second best, which is there, the best case scenario, fails from there. I can't believe that. The 6 is a neutral. I will not be able to believe that either. 4 in front of 2. 2 has a better chance. These two are younger horses, but they do not have a form line. So I can't believe them as well. So this entire thing is based on hope. This entire thing is based on hope. If you hope, then numerically 2 has better numbers, but they fail. From there, they generally fail. The linear that they're talking about is a 9-year-old. If it is a 9-year-old and it is racing a benchmark 70 over a 3,000 meter, that alone is a red flag. Why would it do that? So for me, I'm not going to get involved into this. Not my kind of a thing. If you find anything interesting, if you have a question, you can ask me. I can give you a little explanation on what might work, what might not work. But for me, it's a pass. I won't get into it. Cliffy, next one looks a little better. Yes, but it's a 3,000 meter Cliffy. So generally how, so at one point of time, I've done a lot of French racing, and in French racing, these distances are there. They do 3,500, 4,000, 5,000 meters races in France. If you follow those races, you will have an idea. Generally, this you cannot compare with the Melbourne Cup. It is not of that standard, not of that class. So a 3,000 meter is a long distance. These are old horses. I definitely like these two horses, but especially the 5, I definitely like it. But they don't have a form line, so there's nothing to believe there. Here it is a 9-year-old gelding. I'm not going to believe that. This one is a neutral. I can't believe that. The 2 fails from there. So, but that's how it looks like. Okay. The best case scenario is on 2, probably. That's the highest and that's the lowest among all this. Okay, that's the highest and that's the lowest among all this, but they fail from there. So not my kind of a situation. Marathon, yes, probably. You're looking at 6. Let me take a look at 6. The 6 is a neutral. So the neutrals are, the neutrals have a very peculiar behavior, Cliff. One thing, honestly, is I don't know when they win and when they lose. That's one part of the story. What my limited knowledge tells me is that for a neutral to win, they really have to be a very high class, very higher class. So those things go out of window the moment this is like that and that's like that. So that probably is bad idea. The 4 doesn't have a form line, it is forced into, so that's there. If you look at these 2, then this is lower, so definitely 2 has an upper hand, but they fail. Even here it is a higher class. This is on the 3rd line. The 2 has, and then these 2 nobody is talking about, but there's a 100% chance a surprise may come from there, because these are younger horses without a condition like being neutral. So especially the 5, but there is no hope. I mean, a horse without a form line, which is here, is very difficult to believe what it'll do. So not a great arrangement from an investment perspective. Neutrals have a problem, Cliffy. Neutrals have a problem. It looks like that 9-year-old has been racing similar distances. That's how it looks like, but that's a 9-year-old. Okay. Don't look at it like it is the favorite. Look at it like, what is against you. You are believing a 9-year-old gelding to win a 3,000 meter horse, 3,000 meter race. So the numbers, that's definitely the highest class. That's the linear. All those factors are true. But at the end of the day, that is a 9-year-old. So be careful in how you be careful in how you participate. Be careful in how you perceive this. It's very easy for people to jump into a horse and say that this is going to win when they have no liability. Consider your liability. Jimmy 1256. Okay. 1256.
Probably get to see back over the jumps in the coming weeks.
Trials of this hands in front of the on me. But when he does get down the ball later on, but look, they've both been okay. I don't think he'll be winning today, but it's probably more in his wheelhouse. He goes to 3,000 metres. I mean, ultimately has been beat about 6 lengths over a distance far short of what he'd like.
He's another horse who's got a bit of a belly still on him. It's a similar shape to Stern Idol here, but you can see that he's well on the way to getting fit. He's had a hurdle trial in between runs here. He's in magnificent order. He's very, very healthy, but I'd love to see him just a little bit trimmer.
Number 5, Diggers Haynes, probably going to be one of the most fit runners in the race. Tongue tie goes on first time, so I wonder if that tells us what happened last start, Hutchie.
Yeah, and the good thing is, well, you could be right, Mark. I mean, you know, so was a big favourite behind the top spin there, and well, he's better than that. We've seen it earlier on. He's race fit. He's still got some upside as well, so I can fully understand why he's in the mix.
He's very great, this horse, and he's really energetic and engaged too. He's just got somewhere that he wants to be. His coat's good, very, very fit. He's been in work a long time, so he should be running up to expectation.
Number 6 is Motor. This is from the Mitch Freeman stable. Also came through that Curry race at Sandon.
Does, and there wasn't any money there. There was the day that he ran third at Urban Outlook, not a bad run, and I think just the fact he's going back to 3,000 metres here is a real plus. So expecting him to be in the mix at the business end as well.
He's a lovely, handsome little horse. He's got the good-looking done deal head on him that he usually puts into his progeny, and he's another horse that's very fit. He's been in work a long time, been racing right off around that mark. He's stackled up over his hind.
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
Number 7, High Heeled. This galloper's been racing well in weaker clubs.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to phrase it, really. I mean, it's sort of it's fit, consistent, can race on speed, looks reasonably limited, but does stay all that she does. So I think that's facts to give her some chance to figure in the finish if the others are at their best.
Yeah, she's another one that's had a hurdle trial in between too. So when you're looking at her, there's not a drop of fat on her. She looks particularly fit here compared to some of the other horses that have got a little bit of vulnerability there, but she should be running up to her ability level here from what I'm seeing.
So I only feel the 6 here, Hutch. A couple of those are certainly getting ready for bigger fence later in their preparation. So what have you done?
Oh, it's sort of a race that we, going too hard on, to be honest, because you've just got at the back of your mind, Michael, that, a couple of the, probably the horses that might have the quality just aren't going to be ready yet. It's never easy to sort of when this isn't their target. That's not so they can't win, they might be able to. Stern Idol's certainly one of those, but I'd be happy to sort of look around. I think something starts setting up 3,000. Probably enough speed in the legs to go pretty close motor. There's the other one, Ballina. I think that third one of the preparation is just the factor that I thought. Yes, I know you're going to the ball, but you've had a couple of runs, you've gone quite well, and you have to be further ahead than Stern Idol, who obviously has the runs on the board. But it's I wouldn't be surprised if Suffolk Star by the time that's jumped starts to race.
Amy, you've gone from the little babies having their first day out to a couple of the real staying stars over the jumps. Who have you come up as the best looking in the yard?
Yeah, well, what a contrast in regards to the horses that I've just been assessing in the last 35 minutes. I'm with you, Hutch. I've gone Suffolk Star on top. This isn't a race that I've got huge confidence in, to be fair. I think that there's a lot of variables here, but I thought that he's come to head very, very quickly and looked nice, fit. I was happy with the way that he was presented here. My heart's always with Stern Idol. I hope he runs a cheeky race, but I would have thought that he's got a fair bit of improvement to come. But no confidence, but with the 2 on top.
Amy and Hutch are thinking the same way. Stern Idol still holds that favouritism from Suffolk Star, Motor, Ballina is...
The 2 has the best numbers, but that's the larger drift which is sitting there where they failed from.
What about the strong takes? I love your strong takes.
The cutting edge form, betting insights. I notice how,
I like how Nick's got the guns out.
I know, he's flexed.
It's just insane. He's got the guns.
It's in, they say television there, it's 8 pounds. I'd say that's a lot more than my
Tell you what, they're very nice photos, all of those. Are they natural or have they had a bit of touch up?
That's you know all about that.
Let's move on. Jack Turnbull's with Aidan.
We were just admiring Stern on the TV, Jack, weren't we? I was just saying what a beautiful action he's got. He's such a cool horse.
He certainly is, yeah. The team love him. Nicky, Fergus and the whole band have done a wonderful job prepping him. He looks very well. And, he canted a post very well. Normally he lunges off and pulls the jockey out of the saddle, but it was nice race.
When did he come back into work to start his jumping campaigns?
Oh, a good few months. He's probably 3.5 months. Long, steady build-up, but he's sort of got to say that we try to pull him in because there's so much of him. He races today at 6:20, so big horse. There's plenty of him. He does a lot of work, both track and tread, and Ashton, who rides him, does a very good job. He's fierce at home and takes a little bit to get a handle of. So, as I said, team have done a good job.
He races around the 620 kilo mark today. What's his peak race weight in regards to when he's running over jumps and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, so he generally fluctuates between sort of 70 to 80, being 500. So he's got solid 20 to lose, which he will have in this. He'll go to a jumps trial in 10 days of Warrnambool, and then we'll be aiming to get him over the jumps middle of April at Terrain this year.
So with all that in mind, is this just more so a trial for money? You're obviously trying your best as we always are, but you just like to see him take good benefit from it. Have a nice day at the races too and go up on a good surface here.
Yeah, exactly. This is a gallop for prize money, essentially.
Tuna, I like
It's been a
seven.
nice race.
Tuna, I can't pull up this sheet
One of ours ran third, and
because of,
it's just
it's a full screen right now. I can't pull it up.
Not a lot of speed in this race, so
But the top four definitely has issues of their own.
Keep it straightforward and smooth.
I'll be on the runners this evening. I'm looking forward to seeing Caltro who's having the first start of the station.
Yeah, interesting filly. Purchased by, I think, out of New Zealand. She's a 2-year-old winner of 6 furlongs by Circus Maximus, and they purchased her to get out over ground. So I think the Queensland Carnival is realistic for her to be trying for an Oaks if we got there. She's only a slight filly, but showed good ability at home. Gets a nice galloping track to have her first up run today.
Of the rest of your runners, Jack, who would you say is your best chance?
We're killing all. Nice staying prospect. One last start and seems to have taken no step back. So, it'd be interesting to see him run today here at Sandown.
Great to see this old horse back too. It's one of those horses that you have to go up. I gave him a pat when he came into the yard. You just admired him, don't you?
Yeah, he's as rare as hen's teeth. Just the sheer size of him. He's so placid. And you just don't get him that size, as you know. And knowing what he's achieved on the track, over the jumps and even on the flat, he's a very special horse.
Great to see him. Good luck.
Thank you.
I'd love to see him hitting the line nicely, but open and honest, as we all expect, he's there getting ready for much bigger things a little later. He's rising 10 Hutch, and he's at 38 starts, 16 wins, and he's already got just on 950,000. Making his sums.
That's remarkable. Yeah, he has been. It's been an absolute beauty. And, plenty of following him that love the jumps. I mean, it's something special, that is for sure. And to achieve what he has is quite remarkable. So, now, we've got to move back. We've got to wind back things back here, Michael, because you asked around about the nicknames and various nicknames. I've got a couple.
Yes, let's go.
Obviously, the Magic Man. That's not a bad one. But you know what I thought about? And I love the Enforcer for the nickname.
Yeah.
But you know what I thought about? We need more nicknames for current jockeys. I agree. Because back in the day, I'm sure there used to be a heck of a lot more. And it adds to it.
We had Billy Idol.
Billy Idol, Shane, Pumper for Jimmy Cassidy.
I never really had one until the end when I was just the cup.
Yeah.
What about J-Mac? What's J? It's just J. We
Apparently, Nick told us that Timmy Clark's Top Cat.
Is Nick even listening? What's that? Top Cat? Sorry, I just texted Bobo.
Oh, okay.
The great man.
Yes.
Busy filly. So it's best suited to my farm set. I probably should read.
Yeah, that's right. Top Cat, yeah, Timmy Clark.
Timmy Clark.
Any other nicknames you can think of?
A huge Bowman. Yep. Well, he's
Bucket small.
very big over
Got a
in
move on that.
Hong Kong. Bucket small because
What about this? Is sit on a bucket.
I think he was given a punishment.
You know what?
It's to sit on a bucket.
We're going to have to text Matty Hill because he is a student of the game.
Well,
So
he can tell us outside of the races. He will think of some outstanding nicknames, no doubt. The accurate one, Bill Collins, by the end of Matt's career, we'll have to think of something which is just as brilliant for our number one race caller. He's getting ready to call innings.
Yes, you've got me thinking now, lads. Nifty Neville Wilson was another one that just came to mind very, very quickly. And, yes, it's certainly food for thought as the last one goes in here. 3,000 metre flat event, Thoroughbred Club of Australia. Great to have Stern involved here, and away they go. And it's probably the last out, the big fella Stern Idol. Motiva jumped well, with also High Heeled on the inside. High Heeled's going to lead the race. They were followed by Digger's Aim, Ballinor, Stern Idol, and last of all is Suffolk Star. So they come around the home corner on the first occasion, and they have approximately 2,600 metres to gallop. High Heeled is the leader, Keen McRedmond. Joanne is in front to Joanne Muggerman, of course, who had that success with Bright Legend there at Cranbourne a couple of weeks ago. Leads by a length to Motiva, and they were followed by in third the inside Digger's Aim. They were followed by the outside Ballinor, about two further back in the field to Suffolk Star and Stern Idol, who's happy just to sit at the back of the field as a lot of these horses getting ready for the jumps that's about to kick off in the next couple of weeks. They've got a lap to go, and the leader is High Heeled by about 3/4 of a length. So in second place, Motiva, and the speed is okay, and they're 2 lengths in front of third the inside Digger's Aim as they leave the running. And then came Ballinor, Stern Idol, the outside, and last of all, leaving the running is Suffolk Star, who's just bailed away at the moment. So with 1,850 metres to go, High Heeled about a length and a half. In second place is Motiva, and third the inner Digger's Aim, followed by Ballinor, no change, followed by the inside as they head to the back, Suffolk Star, and if anything, Stern Idol, just a little bit keener to go here, up on the nickel a little as they go over the crossing at the 1,600 metres, spots the leader about 4 or 5 and brought to the outside. Give it a little bit more air and a little bit more room, the big fellow, as they head towards the halfway marker in this 3,000 metre contest. So the leader is High Heeled by 3/4 of a length at the 1,400 metres. From Motiva in second, a length and a half away, third Digger's Aim. Then came Ballinor, 2 lengths to Stern Idol, who just slots across again as they just got a little bit quicker down the back section. Second last, the winner of the Crispin Thackeray, of course, last season. And on the inside, Suffolk Star at the back of the field, who is the tote favourite, but still bailed away on the rails in this small field. So with 1,000 metres to go, the leader is High Heeled by about 3/4 of a length. And Motiva's just pushing the issue now and pushes the button off the back section. So 900 to go. Motiva draws a half length, 3/4 of a length in front of High Heeled, and this spreads the field. About 4 or 5 lengths away, Digger's Aim and Ballinor. 2.5 lengths away then to the outside Stern Idol and Suffolk Star. So Motiva tried to steal it, but it's coming back to the field again. 600 metres to go, led by about a length and 3/4 to Digger's Aim. High Heeled under pressure. Ballinor, now Stern Idol brought to the outside, and Suffolk Star starting to come on and weaving through between horses. Down Corrigan Dip at the 400. Motiva 2 lengths in front of Digger's Aim. Suffolk Star's a threat. Ballinor and Stern Idol still running on the outside. They've got 200 metres to go, though. Suffolk Star went to the front and put up 2.5. Ballinor, Digger's Aim. Stern Idol's running on. And then came Motiva, who whacks on. Big Suffolk Star is going to come clear here. 100 metres to go. They've got 3 or 4 lengths in front. And Suffolk Star.
2, 4.
Tommy's not on. Second Ballinor, then Digger's Aim, Stern Idol, Motiva, and High Heeled.
Two, and then 4. 2 of the highest quants. Okay. Why I did not get into it is because they failed from there, and that was a little too much for me to take. But here is the thing: if these two are the same, then the lower is better. All right. The lower is better. So the 2 went through. go to the next. One, two, three, seven. So here what is happening is the one is the favorite. Ideally the one should win. Okay. Now, so let's understand what happened here. The two went through. Okay. That was the quant and that was the lowest. Out of all this, that was the lowest. So it went through. And that's where it ends. But what needs to be considered is this, that there was a form line also. Okay, the 4 came in second. So here the form line is missing. Okay, but that's the highest quant and that's the lowest out of all this. This one is there. This is -25. This is -26. This is on the third line. Okay, this is the first line, top on the quant. Here that was top on the quant, load was the lowest. Here top on the quant, load the lowest. Then this one is there. So whether that 4 will get in and destroy the others, because this is quite capable. If these two are the same, again the lower one has more advantage. Okay, the 2 is good. It is not bad. It is good. So ideally, how it plays is a high pressure, low pressure. That is how it plays. Okay. So if that's the low, that's the high. But if that's the high, that's the low. Problem is this, that that's the highest class. This is the second highest class. This is the third class, which is here, which is 3. Okay. So I am hoping the 4 is not going to destroy anything. I am hoping that the 4 is not going to destroy anything, but can we go with a multiple? Difficult, because the existence of the 4 is still there, right? Difficult. If that 4 jumps in and does something funny, then it does something funny. Now about 1, the odds are right. Should win. The form line is definitely a question. The form line is definitely a question. Technically speaking, that is the right odd. This thing is the highest of quant and that's lowest. This is on the third line, should not be a problem, but the form line definitely is an issue. But what happens if it plays right? Then this is on the third. That 25, 367. So that we have managed here. 2, 3. It's not aimed that higher. I just hope without the form line, the one gets home. That's a risk, okay? Doesn't have the form line. That's a risk. But technically the two, if these two are together, then the two cannot win this. Not with that, but with that comes the liability of the form line. So I think 1 is the right odd, should win. Whether 2 will be the next or 4 will be the next is a very difficult situation right now. Even 1 is a difficult situation because definitely of the form line, and that can put things upside down. But yeah, somewhere we'll have to start, so we'll go with 1. 1 is good. 1 is good. 2 probably no. Unless what happens? It's 25, 22. This is -8. Probably not happening. This and this. This is still better, and this is still higher, but they're like that, okay? The 4 is still better than the 1 in form line, and this is still higher, but that's high, very high actually. 1 is the right odd. You can't, I mean, technically we cannot negotiate with that, but the fact is there is a risk involved with 1 because of the form line. So 1 is good. If the 4 doesn't knock out the 1, then 1 is good. If the 1 doesn't give up because of the form line, then 1 is good. There are 3 conditions. The 4 should not knock out the one. The one should not give up because of the form line. That should not happen, but looks good. Here, what happened is this. If you look at what has happened, you go through the quant, the one comes on the fourth line with the highest pressure. This is on the second line with the highest load. All right, this was on the fourth line with the highest load. So that did not happen. Plus, it was a 9-year-old gilding. The two had the best numbers, right? But I have a trust issue whenever they are here. Whenever they are here, I have a problem. So that happened, and the two won, and the 4 came in next. They were neck to neck. Okay, they were neck to neck. They were the two highest quants. So what we are measuring through the quant is the place where they're coming from, what is expected out of them, and in this race where they stand in the DICR. Cliffy. Gatekeeper 5 in third. Yeah, so 5 in third. 5 was there in third. I think so. 4, 5. 9.5, 9.5. That was because of the form line. Nothing else. And the age. Nothing else. The age. That 2, 4, 10. 1 was a 9-year-old, 6 was a neutral. They generally don't do very good things. Dows, welcome back, Dows. This one is tricky if you want to, the one should here, like the 2 had the best opportunity. Here 1 has the best opportunity, so 1 should win ideally. But the form line definitely is an issue. It falls here. Obviously, that was a huge one. You see that? We're calculating the body weight. That's a huge one. Obviously, that was a huge one. But that's a 9-year-old. Come on. Jimmy, what are you expecting? I mean, we spoke about this some 2 years ago, Jimmy. I think we spoke about this, that let's say you put all your, assets on a 9-year-old and 10-year-old, and then that horse loses, and then you go and ask the handicapper or the house that this was the best horse. Why did it lose? You ask that 8-year-old question. What are you going to get an answer for? I mean, what kind of an answer do you think you're expecting? The first thing is, didn't you see that was a 9-year-old? That is the first answer that is going to come. Didn't you see that was a 9-year-old? Cliffy 456. Yeah, that 4 is a threat, Cliffy. That 4 is a threat. I don't know how this will play, but that 4 definitely is a threat. But for once, we'll try to believe the numbers. Let's see how that works. I mean, the 4, definitely if you look at that and that, this is higher. But the fact is, this is also lower. So the lower it gets, it doesn't matter whether it is higher, it is definitely a risk. So out of the highest quants, these two are the top. Okay, but what we have to remember is the fact that how it generally plays. It plays high pressure, it plays alternative pressure. So a low pressure, then a high pressure, then a low pressure, then a high pressure probably. So that puts 7 into trouble because that's huge. That's not on the top quant. That's huge. And that puts 4 into a risk zone. But the point is this, that the one doesn't have the form line. It's the favorite. Number wise, it should win. That's beautiful match on this horse. That's what it is calculating. These are on the higher end. All the colored ones are on the higher end. No colors are on the lower end, but that's how it looks. But both of them doesn't have the right form line. I mean, the form line is better on 4. In fact, from the 1, it is better on 4. But the management is like 57% bleeding. We'll see how that works. And the 5 was in a similar class. 5 was in a similar, yeah, they so here it is not, all right. Through the DICR it is a higher class. Through the DICR it is a higher class, but when it comes to quant, what this is doing is it is calculating the weight that it was carrying in the previous race versus what it is attempting now versus where it stands in the DICR. So that puts them in the same category. Okay, that puts them in the same category, the 4 and the 5. But in this case, the lower the number is, the better it is.
But the drop back in distance. So I'll tell you what, if it was 1400 last start, you would.
Straight with Jamie Mott pushed the run. I thought, how good. We've got the chocolates, and then all of a sudden, as quickly as he hit the front, he stopped. So I'm not surprised they come back to 1400. I don't know whether the blinkers is what has been required, but I think 1400 is a key.
I think he looks really good for him. He's a very honest, very tough horse. Yes, I think he tries particularly hard. I don't mind the blinkers going on today. I think it's a good time for a horse of his level of experience now, and they've definitely seemed to have switched him on a little bit more in the mounting yard too.
Number 4 is Flying Mickey. He can be a little bit quirky, this guy. I do know Nick Noonan thought he'd run a cheeky race at Flemington, but he was pretty disappointing last start.
Yeah, but it should have Flemington too bad, wasn't it? He spent half a length behind Fisher. I know that's not outstanding for him, but they've never easy races at Flemington to win. So the fact that he's gone there and he's very consistent, it's been a little while since a win. He'll win another one in the grade. I don't think it'll be today because a couple of these are going to win more races, but I'm sure he'll be somewhere thereabouts.
I think he's found himself in a very tricky race with a fair bit of depth, but he's going particularly well. The team keep on turning him out looking super. His coat remains lovely and rich. He's a very, very fit horse. You can see that with the benefit of the saddle blanket just being flicked up, he's just in that perfect weight range. He should run right up to his mark here.
Number 5 is M60, another lightly raced galloper. He's got a great strike rate from the Henry Bly stable first up today.
He's a really nice prospect, there's no question about that. You look at his form, he's got the right sort of form too. Been in a couple of times at Gallopers last prep, but when I watched this recent jump at G looked out after fresh up 1400, I'm not surprised that they're kicking points. So he'll be winning plenty of races, and he might win on class, but I thought the way he jumped out, I'd be happy to watch him today.
He's definitely matured and thickened up quite a lot from when I saw him over the winter months. He looks like he's going to race a bit heavier. In saying that, I do feel like he's got a bit of improvement to come based on what I'm seeing. But it's tricky with these horses when they do mature. Maybe it's just going to be him.
Enchanted Jenny is the next one looking at. Lucy Young has done a good job with this mare. Just a little bit of a freshen up since her last time out at Sandown, back to the 14.
They won over a couple of races at the mile on the Heath at Cranbourne, sort of back in the spring, the tail end of the spring, and then I don't know. His last couple, or her last couple have only been fair, so it's not sure now with her. Back to 1400, a little fresher, like we said. Just needs to improve it a little bit on, I think, on how she ended that last campaign.
Yeah, I think your comments are pretty fair there, Hutch. She's such a lovely, sweet mare. She's got the most beautiful manners on race day, and Lucy's turned her out looking beautiful again. Coat's great, her weight looks the same as what it has done all through, and her manners are exceptional.
I thought Wise in all the 3-year-olds, an interesting running here, coming through some nice class races. First up at the Sedative, steps up to 1400. How do you compare the 3-year-old against the older horses here, Hutch?
Favourably, he's a very interesting runner here because he could knock nothing off the top three of the betting quite easily. It's Seal Strip Fit. He comes back from the Sedative. He's far from disgrace there. Like the race sort of got away from him a little bit. The Sedative paddles on won that. And I think once again, 1400, he's certainly a winning chance here.
Yeah, well, he presents beautifully too. I really can't fault his attitude, his action, or his look. I think that it's a 10 out of 10 for him.
He does look lovely there, doesn't he? All right, Hutch, what are we doing?
Look, I'm sticking with Test of Luck. I've been really impressed with what I've seen. I think the fact that you've got a horse that can also put himself right there is a big plus. He showed a little bit of versatility last start. Zappo's progressive, and a rain back at trips a real plus. I threw M60 in, but the market has really spat it right out and doesn't want a bar of it. I think Wise In-Law's probably a better full selection if you're taking a first forward, to be perfectly honest, but I'm just hoping Test of Luck isn't too strong.
Been in good form so far today. Amy, who do you like here?
Well, I've got Everrain on top from the yard, but there's really not much between a few of these horses. You look at their form, it's all very strong. You look at them in the yard, they all present particularly well. But I like Everrain with the blinkers going on. I don't know if Barrier One's going to be kind to him. He's going to need a bit of luck. It's quite a bold going horse. Hopefully he can get the runs when he needs to. But I thought the team had turned him out looking super lucky, dropping back to slightly distance. Zarko presents far fitter today than what she did first up. The Test of Luck looks super too. But tricky race, good quality here for a small field.
So Everrain on top, back in distance for Amy. Test of Love holds favouritism, $2.07 ahead of Zappa, Everrain, and Wise In there. They are the 4 runners under double figure odds. Don't forget the beast mode though, because you can get a boost on all these horses. Just go to Points Bet and click on beast mode to get the inflated spicy odds. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call 1-800-858-858 or visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Simon Zara's done a wonderful job with his mare Zarpo, Amy, and he's looking for another win tonight.
Yeah, certainly is. Zarko, son, I thought she presented far fitter today than what she did first up.
Yeah, and as I said pre-race last time, she was probably a bit tubby going into Caulfield, and she's tightened up nicely, and she had a couple of nice goals. She galloped pretty well Saturday morning, so first time we've gone to 14 for a while, so trying to run a little bit more into her. She's not going to overrace and overdo it, so hopefully, she gets a bit of luck from that gate and can put herself there.
Small field with a good bit of quality here. I'm sure you're hoping for a slightly softer option when the noms and acceptances came out.
Yeah, definitely. It's very tricky, but some really nice horses on the rise, so that's probably what it is these days, this time of year. The carnival's on, and these Saturday horses become midweekers, so it looks a nice race. It's very tactical, and hopefully Brian can work his way through it.
I would have thought probably on paper Test of Love's the horse that's going to be up the pointy end with you.
Yeah, I thought he might leave, maybe us outside it or vice versa. So, I just sort of left it to Ryan on how he begins and what goes on inside him. So, he's riding super, and he's getting the job done for everyone at the moment. So, doing it for his boss.
I've seen you at the yearling sales. Geez, you haven't been shy and putting your hand up lately. It's like you've got a little tick there. You just keep on buying, don't you?
Well, it's like having Jim's lawnmower without the lawnmower. So, we need the horses in the stable. So, again, this time of year, you put your neck in the noose and go for it. And we've definitely done that. And now it's the hardest bit trying to sell them. So, that's what we're in the process of at the moment.
That's why I'm here to help you. See, funny you mention that. Is there a website that people could go to if they wanted to buy a share in a horse with you?
Yeah, obviously a website, and there's plenty of stuff on social media. So, if you're on my head, you can put up with it.
What a plug.
It's good fun, Tom. So you could have a lot of fun racing horses on Zara. The celebration would be good, Hutch.
Absolutely.
He loves his footy. He loves a little parlay
He's
as
a
well.
card man, isn't he?
Well, you can't hold that against him. He's from Maltese heritage. Most of them migrate towards the Carlton.
He'd be having a lot more fun at the races.
No doubt about that.
You're a Carl.
He's Carlton now, isn't he?
He is, might be getting
Malton's
his rep.
not working out well. It's not well.
I like where we're going with the generalisations here.
Yeah. Well, slander. It's not slander. It's all the work. I've got lots of good Maltese mates, and they'll go for Carlton.
Oh, really?
Making a good life of me out of this match now, and we go to batting for his call the big blokes. Terrible judges.
Now going in Enchanted Jenny. Next team, fields have dropped for the meeting at Caulfield on Saturday. Really good card, the Vobis card. So much prize money for the owners. Particularly the predictions of the showdown with Rich Fries. The Vobis getting a terrific race. The Peter Young intriguing the field of 8. Wise In-Law goes up to complete the line here for the third event. For the favourite Test of Love, formerly raced overseas, I think the 3 on the bounce here in Australia. 7 away they go, and a pretty good line too. Enchanted Jenny's going to drift out to the end with M60 beginning well as Test of Love to the lead. Test of Love from Zarko, like he's got the trail outside of Everrain as they settle. Wise In-Law is 5-3 wide at the moment, and then came along the inside M60, and between horses at the end is Enchanted Jenny. Heading towards the 1,000 corner, Test of Love is the leader by a length and a half. Zarko is second, Everrain third, flying to the outside. Then came M60 fifth on the rails. Wise In-Law 6-3.
He doesn't need to do that. Why is he doing
So
that?
the front runner is Test of Love, just a little bit keen in front, but led by a length and a half.
He doesn't need to do that.
2 from the back is Everrain Flying Mickey, a length and a half. Wise In-Law, who's posted the trip. Enchanted Jenny second last outside of M60 as they run the corner. 600 metres to go. Test of Love is the front runner by a length and a half. Sarpo Everrain. They were followed by Flying Mickey, who's just niggled out now as they run down the dip. Wise In-Law's the widest runner, has still a lot to do. Then M60, but the leader is Test of Love as they reach the 400 metres, being nursed to that marker with Zappo about to throw out a challenge. Everrain is wayward between them. It's trying to lock in. It's Test of Love at the 200 metres, leading with Zappo coming at it. Test of Love, Zappo. Now Everrain Williams pushes the bar line and lifts. Everrain just in front of Zappo. Everrain is Williams again. Everrain makes Zappo. Test of Love, Wise In-Law. Then Flying Mickey, Enchanted Jenny. Much to go, and last M60.
4 or 3.
Everrain, Craig Williams for Anthony and Sam Freeman, 3 races down, and that's a double for Craig. And Everrain, just nursing Everrain, who just wanted to duck in a little. He just had to conserve some energy for that final thrust with Sarbo coming, and it was
3, 2, and 1 probably.
And wins it by about a long neck to a half length to Zarpo. Test of Love in third. Was just a little bit keen today in front, and that has...
3, 2, 1, I guess. Three. Two, 1. He didn't have to do that. He could have won easily, but he pressed the horse from the gate. Also, that was a risk. Anyway, that happened. 3. Two. 1. We'll go to the next. One 513 all scratched. Four 3 10 9. Okay, so let's understand what happened here. That looked the best. All right, let me get the numbers first. That was 3. Three, 2, 1, and 7. It played within the odds only, but 3 won. Now, why that happened? Why 3 won? So there were 2 things that did not do the right thing. So the first thing that did not happen is this: the ride was definitely a very questionable ride on this, because if you know what you're riding, you do not have to press that horse from the gates. He pressed the horse from the gates and it went upside down. 2 was on a higher end. Okay, 2 was on a higher end. That probably was not the thing to win with the pressure line today. The class was definitely there, but that's steep when there are others. 3 was on the 4th line, and this one did not have the opportunity because the form line was missing. The 1 was ridden upside down. The 2 also was ridden upside down. Should not have played like that. They should have taken care of that horse and not press it from the gates. But that's the problem with the jocks. I mean, I can't blame them because he also did the same thing. And 3 took the opportunity today. All right. So that happened. That was also a great match. The match was the best here, but they put it upside down. And the form line, so we don't know which one actually clicked, the bad ride or the form line, or both. Now here, again, if we look at what's going on, so that is the highest quant of whatever we have. Okay, that is the highest quant. We have that. But that's also the highest class. Now, let's understand what we are dealing with here. Now, this horse is a 5-year-old gelding, which is a maiden coming from gate number 1. Had 13 races in its entire lifetime, and it is still a maiden. So, there is something not right with this horse. Okay. It had 13 races and still a maiden. What difference is that going to make today is questionable. It has the best form line, all those things are there. Okay. The quant is also highest. So that's true. Here, when we drop down, then 4, like we know how it works. So the 4 has the right arrangement, which is also the EW. But it is not again in a form line. All right. It is not in a form line. So this thing, the 3 had 13 races. It did not break the maiden status. It is still a maiden. The 4 looks good here, but it doesn't have a form line here. It is probably one of the lowest, these two, 4 and 8. So that's that part of the story. Now, that too probably is an EW. Okay. Will it win? Difficult proposition, because there are horses we have no clue about those horses, and secondly, from the baseline, it is also not looking right. But bottom of the line is this: that this thing is the favorite. If you look at those numbers and that makes, this is the same reason why this one was favorite. Okay, this is the same reason why this was the favorite, but it did not happen. Why? Because there was a form line, bad form line, and the jockey took a call which was not necessary, but he took that call and he started pressing that horse, which was not necessary. Here the 4 is, if those two are the same, this is the 1. Okay, but it doesn't have a form line. Where it has the form line, that thing has been into 13 races and still a maiden. So there's something not right with this genius. There's something not right with him. And this is again no form line. This one is moderately there and this is higher than this. They are going lower, but they are also like that. Okay, this is much higher. For that 2, this is higher. So we'll see how that works. The 3 is the 4 is the favorite. Here I was on the 1. I definitely lost. And I know why I lost. Here the 4 is the favorite. That's how it looks like. Doesn't have a form line. The maths is right. These two, this is the highest here. Then this is on the 3rd line where the form line is also not good. This is, the 2 is on the 4th line, which actually happened here. All right. 2 is on the 4th line. But this one and this one are the same class. This one, the 3 and the 2 are of the same class. So we'll see how that works, because at the end of the day, it's horse racing and things can go wrong, and they go wrong in some very weird ways. So that 2 is a check. It's on a low pressure model, so jockey is not a problem. 9, I don't know what to speak about 9. That's there in some form probably. But 4 doesn't have a form line, is the favorite. The maths is right. Okay. 3 with the highest quant, but has 13 races, is still a maiden. 10 falls way below, pressure rises. That's could be good, could be bad. That's the highest leverage on 10. All right. Everybody else is like negative leverage. But this one is the highest leverage. So that's the highest promotion which has been given. That's the linear. But the quant falls, and in that case the 3 is there. And the 4 which they're talking about doesn't have a form line.
That girl, but she's
Yeah, that thing played a little weird. So but that's what racing is.
She was very confident today with this girl. You know,
I just think even like today, yeah, done. I mean, there's a lot of this. Look, just go back and have probably half a dozen times to win this race. That's how it gets played.
Yeah, Levin's really good. He's just on his toes, but without wanting to do too much. I think he's just a horse that's feeling pretty well. He's exceptionally fit too. He's been in work a good while now, and his fitness will not be letting him down here.
Number 40 is Cavalry Scout. This is a horse that's opened up favourite from the Mars stable in the Halo Racing colours. A good on debut back in October. I really like that.
It was good work. I mean, there are other positives out of that that hillside racing Brandon, where he started through 53 wins out of that race. And, you know, the conditions that day made it hard to face the breeze. So his work's been good. I think he's rock bottom odds, but you know, we'll probably see what the engine he's got today, and the market likes it.
I remember when he debuted, he was calling out and being really quite colty, and he's most certainly not doing anything like that now that he's back here as a gelding. He presents really well. That extra time's given him a bit more maturity physically that I'm seeing, and I think that his fitness, I feel like we've done quite a bit of work with him.
Number 6 is Far Side. This is from the Price Junior. Started looking for a double today. The Winkers go on first time after getting run down at Seymour last time.
Yeah, well, he ran well at Seymour. I mean, he led up there, he kicked for home, he got nailed on the line. They would have been feeling a bit ill, but it was not easy to race with the strikes here. But he was a privileged runner.
Seems quite buzzed up with the blinkers on. I haven't seen him before, but his whole time that he's been in the yard, he's just been a little bit busy. It's within normal limits at the moment, but you probably wouldn't want him to get too much more work down. The team have turned him up very well, though.
Number 7 on the Prowl from the Gallagher Collection today. A couple of years ago, just to go on as well.
Good potential showing up first, but and I think the recent jump out showed that he's come back a little bit better. So I would let the sort of market guide me from that point. If it's 14 out of 19, it was a decent grade. Being raced hard, but I think it's going pretty well.
I'll just say, guys, the weather's just changed here really quite strongly. The wind's just come from nowhere. Big dark clouds are running in. Maybe check the radar, but the wind is quite significant at this point in time. This horse here, Vedges on the Prowl, presents really good, very, very fit first up.
Number 9 Side is roughly. I haven't seen much of this,
Definitely hasn't been prepared like that. Horse looks good.
Number 9 Winkala on debut from the Hayes Cable by Gayard and Jamie Mellenbrine.
Yeah, it's a pretty handy one too. Of course, Hamilton actually this horse has worked well. He's doing it very green to my eye, Amy. So it's interesting to see what your thoughts are, how he's behaved down there.
Well, he's been completely professional the whole time that he's been on the yard. You'd never think that he was having his first day at the races. He's quite a nice athletic type. Gayard does throw a good athletic type of horse, but manners have been exceptional.
Number 10 is Dirty Look. This is from the Graham Beck stable, and this form will be interesting for one I know you like a little later in the card. The Gold Coast Bell, which chased on us.
And the issue for her was last start she missed the kid. She was back last and didn't go to it. She ran on really well. So she needs to iron that out. If she can jump on turns and all of a sudden, that's what I consider running.
Yeah, she looks super. Just getting a little bit tense now that Stacky's got on board. Just needs to be able to get moving a little bit more in this tight mountain yard with a lot of horses in it. But condition is very, very good. Her coat's nice and healthy, and as I said, fitness good. Just watch your attitude.
Number 11 is Good Harmony from the Gallagher stable, place 3 from 5. First up.
very consistent. Sort of, it won't be long before she gets a race at the moment, but she wasn't being favoured 4 or 5 starts. It was $3 I think on occasion. So, but it does suggest that she's very close to it as well.
Not sure what the right distance range is going to be for her going forward. I think 1300 first up today. She's by Piero, maybe wants a little bit further. Her conditions good.
And number 12, I could park Mia on debut rounds out.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of ability there. I mean, we've seen a couple of trials. She looks sound, I think, in that work, but I just prefer others at this point. I think she'll improve a bit with the experience.
You think Blinker's on first time, she's probably still got a little bit to learn, but she presented really nicely here. She's a good type of horse. She's quite tall and athletic. Coat's lovely, so the team have done a great job.
Big trials as well. So, at Panama, she's gone pretty well.
Is today the day, Hush, for 10 Warriors?
Yeah, I mean, I hope for connections, but you know, there's some horses that are perennial place getters, and you think, well, how many times do we need to keep giving you a chance? So I think with this horse, genuinely, the 400 haven't really been because he hasn't kicked the line or whatever. Like sometimes he's just been strung up in traffic and nowhere to go, or got out late like we did the other day. So, like for me, he's the horse to beat. I think Dirty looks a nice prospect. Cavalry Scout, well, there's a lot of money around for that debut run. Might be something quick special too, so might be smooth running into a good one here, 10 Warriors. But I'd be happy to go with that horse. In good harmony. Seems a big price at $21. I know it'd be better over further, but all the time, it's very consistent. Nice preparation.
Who's your best from the yard, Amy?
I've got Cavalry Scout on top. I saw him when he debuted and he was being a bit of a twit, calling out, all those sort of things. So no surprise to see him gelded, put away, given time to mature physically and mentally, and he's come back in here and he paraded beautifully today. So I was very happy to have him on top. Of the rest, I thought Gavin Betchgood's horse and On the Proud presented very, very fit. There's a lot of intent with the way that he's been turned out. 10 Warriors, your horse, Archie, looked good. Dirty looked for the filly, she looked good too.
All right, so there you go, Cavalry Scout, and the market is on the side. There's good running for 10 Warriors though as well. So Cavalry Scout has the market lead. Don't forget Beast Mode Butters in the back.
Jimmy 679.
It's the other runner that is also at $4.40. And don't forget Larry's 5 for 25. Get involved. If one leg fails, you get a bonus back as well. So get involved. Again, for free confidential support, call 1-800-858-858 or visit gambling.org.au. Gavin Benchgood, he's been training really well. Can you get another?
Gav, thanks for your time. You've got On the Prowl here. You've had him since he was a baby. This horse, how's he come back this preparation?
Yeah, good. He's a horse that's going to get a trip in time. He's very big and very raw still, but he's shown us enough at home along the way.
Talk us through the Winkers and Tongue Tie going on to start his campaign.
Vet just made a couple of comments, like when we're scoped post gallops and things like that, just function lazy. We don't hear any noise or anything like that, so it's more just precautionary. Wink is just to keep him a little bit more focused and switched on. He trialled it in his most recent trial and thought we'd go with it today.
In an ideal situation here, Gav, what are you going to do from that game?
Left it up to Billy. Looks like it may be a little bit hard to make ground today. We've been riding quiet in the trials, but he held a spot in his most recent start around 1400, so I'll just let Billy assess it.
It's always tricky when you've got a horse that presents well. It's a good opportunity to win a maiden in a race with such good prize money, and then you draw the car park like that.
Yeah, ideally, you know, you draw one to 4 or 5 and you're able to advance to the run of the race and put him in a spot.
Gate 6.
Yeah, Billy knows what he's doing and I'll leave it here. Thank you.
Yeah, he's hard to beat that bitch. Yeah. Fine. And I'll tell you what, the quality of his stables has grown exponentially over the last 12, 18 months, you know. Having Group 1 winners in New Zealand, taking horses overseas at the moment for him, it's been a meteoric rise in the last few years.
It has tasted that Group 1 success in the Valley. About a horse that had come back after some issues after a long break. His name is Skates at the moment.
On the Moya.
Yeah, I'm hearing the same thing. But,
Big Ashman on the second.
yeah, no, I think so.
Mornington Warrior for one.
He did it even. He was
Part owned by Shane Crawford, who said man can't do two things at once. Now, talk us through what we're doing punting wise.
Well, look, I'm on 10 Warriors. I start favourite in 10 Warriors away with Sano. No, not now. Calvin Scout has been pretty well supported. It's good, mate. I just feel like with 10 Warriors, he wouldn't have won. I don't think he happened the other day, but gee, I don't know. It's hard to say. Would have gone pretty close.
Where will he be from game one?
Well, he generally sort of settles around midfield, doesn't he? So there's going to be good speed because Cavalry Scout rolls. That is a horse with a high cruising speed. That wind that Amy mentioned looks like it has picked up quite a bit. What direction exactly that is with regard to the straight line pumps? No idea.
And then it does look like there is rain coming on the radar as well.
Oh, yes, your sort of skills in that sort of weather reading department
And we need rain.
pretty good.
Send it down
Yeah, that's
particular
right.
place.
You're Farmer Felgate these days, aren't you? Might have to buy some.
So we need 10 Warriors to help pay for it. Let's get this home. I really hope for Trevor Rogers and connections to 10 Warriors to break its drought focus.
Yeah, it does deserve it. So, anyway, we'll find out soon enough.
Making a good line. Let's take out Matty Hill first.
Just last week and then yesterday at Ballarat. This is the third heat of the sports better. The wind has really picked up here. There is rain heading over the Melbourne area, but that wind is very, very strong now. It'll be hitting them in the face down the side and across their bodies in the home straight. But there's certainly rain behind it, but that rain is just starting to break up a little bit as it heads towards the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. Il Petrino going up, Liam Reardon. Last few getting set, 10 Warriors 280 in from 340 on B. But so favourite Cavalry Scout as Good Harmony comes up.
That was 7.
So the field is racing immediately. 10 Warriors jump well. Good Harmony towards the outside. Is going to feed back to last, and Cavalry Scout pushes up to lead 10 Warriors. Il Petrino far side and Oak Park Beer. They're running for a half-skilled Sailor, followed by on the inside Dirty Look, who'd spot the speed 4 or 5 in the early stages. They were followed next down deeper by Wind Howler. On the prowl is second last, and Good Harmony last as Cavalry Scout took it up by 3/4 of a length. Cavalry Scout now a length to far side second, 2 lengths 10 Warriors third, getting the gun run from barrier 1. They were followed by Il Petrino as they reached the 700 marker, 2 lengths Oak Park Mere off the course from Dirty Look, Wind Howler, Skilled Sailor third last. Then on the prowl and last of all is Good Harmony as they run the corner. So with 500 metres to go. Cavalry Scout, the leader, runs down Corrigan. Dip being nursed about a length and 3/4 far side 10 Warriors. They were followed next by Il Petrino, called upon. Dirty Look is getting off the fence and starting to weave through. They'll hit a bit of a dead end there. It's Cavalry Scout as they reach the 300 with 10 Warriors throwing down the gauntlet here. The two favourites fighting it out. 10 Warriors with Cavalry Scout in limited room. Il Petrino is running a race on the outside. Il Petrino up to 10 Warriors and Dirty Look with a dead line.
Get it!
60 to 1, 10 third on the prowl 4. A gap in the field, Cavalry Scout, Skilled Sailor, Good Harmony, Wind Howler, followed by Oak Park Beer and Far Side at the end. Dirty Look down Stackhouse. Had to zig and zag a little, but after that encouraging run last time, improved second up, has attacked the line and wins it by about a long head on the line. Dirty Look the winner. Number 10 for Graham Begg, ridden by Dan Stackhouse, has got up late last stride to win it from a photo.
10-2-3.
Outside for the Simons Laxon Yard with Liam Reardon aboard. And it was around 60 to 1 on bookies boards. Gets the second ahead of 10 Warriors third. Jamie Mott for the Rogers Yard ahead of number 7 on the prowl. 10, 2, 3, 7. 10, 2, 3 and 7.
Then 2, 3, and 7. There's something not right with that horse, okay? There's something not right. This thing had 13 races. It's still a maiden. There's something not right. So the 10 with the pressure line, it came down here. That's the highest pressure. 3, 10. Had to drop. It dropped where? That did not work. That did not work. 386, 69, 97. Okay. That was about $35. That too. Anyway, we'll go to the next 1400 meter 5. Race number 5. 8 has been scratched. 8 is not there. 7134. Okay, so what happened here? Let's first understand that. So the 10 won, okay? The 10 won, and the 10 won because it was the linear. 4, which was the favorite, did not have the form line, though it was up on the quant. Same was with 3, it was up on the quant. So what is happening is this, that the quant is going to what the quant is going to show is definitely the class factor. All right, is definitely the class factor and the difference of the expectation, where it is right now and what it is expected to do. That is what the quant is showing. What the load is showing is how aligned that thing is. Okay, now we can't do this because this is a maiden. But here, if you look at 2, so the 2 this was on a lower side, this was on a higher side, so that is where it worked. And we got the 2, all right? So that happened, and the 10 actually won. So the fact is this, that here, if we look at what it is, the 3 is on a higher end. So what we spoke about is this, that through the quant, it's the ones that basically has lower numbers. If they're the same, the lower numbers will have an advantage, but at the same time they need to have the form line. All right, at the same time they need to have the form line. So the 3 and this thing, they are on the same, the 3 and the 2, they have the same, but both of them do not have the form line. On the opposite, on the contrary, they are contradicting each other like nobody's business, because that's the linear and that's the EW. Generally, that is how it works, okay? But here, both of them have a problem. The 7, which they are talking about being favorite, is on the 4th line, is a 0. But on the top of the quant, this one is with a negative line. So this is better. This is better. Now, what doesn't need to happen? What doesn't need to happen is a bad ride. Okay? A bad ride doesn't need to happen. This is also the highest class. Now, what is the difference between the all mares and this race? So I constantly warn whenever we get the 4-year-old mares, I speak about the same sex, same age, wherein this is also a same sex, same age. But the difference is this, that this is a 3-year-old race. Right? It's the same sex, true, but it's a 3-year-old race. The race that I am talking about is probably this one, which goes wrong, right? Where it is 4-year-old, 7-year-old, 5-year-old, all those things, all mare races. This thing is a 3-year-old. Now, in a 3-year-old, generally, 3-year-old is all about, who's got the best performance. Generally, 3-year-old is about whoever has got the best best form line. Okay, not the performance, but the form line. Which brings us to 5. Very strong numbers on 5, and that's how it stands. These two are, they don't have the form line. Very strong numbers, but here, that's what it looks like. Okay, now how this thing, they have 2 of those neutrals in there. The 7 is actually the linear, which is a 0. Now, how that 0 plays is something that we have to figure out. So far we had either more or less. Right now we have a 0. So that 0 is is a thing that we will figure out, but I still think 1 has better chances. It is a higher class. Now, how generally things play. So if you've been here and if you've seen, so generally what happens is this, that the linear pairs with either the EW or a drift. Now the drifts are very strong when the linears are not in a position to deliver. So the linear here is this one, the 3, which definitely has an issue with the form line. But when we look at that, that looks like unbeatable. I mean, this is something that is very strong, okay? But I believe that because the form line is like that, it is not going to work. The delivery is also, if you look at the match, it's fantastic, okay? But the form line is an issue. So that probably is not happening. The 2 is equally bad. They're same, but it's worse, right? Through the form line. And that's where the class is. Okay, this is the highest class, then this is the second highest class, this is the third highest class. And then all that is the fourth class. So up till here it is first, second and third. That's how the classes are, out of which 3 and 2 are not in form line. Then comes this particular section where they have 2 neutrals, which are Ladat, and then 7 is a 0, which is with Quant, but they kind of, this is a class in that case. Can this be a queen? Maybe. If 5 doesn't knock it out. If 5 doesn't knock out 7, then 1 and 7 can be a queen. Where is the problem? The problem is this, that the 4 is a neutral. So neutrals, they look very good, but they generally don't win. They need to have a very higher class to win, which here is on the 4th line. Can they do with a form line? I am not sure. So if that happens, then 4 has better arrangement. So that's that part of the story. Now the thing is that 5 is a check, right? Because of the form line. Can 5 get through? So if we look at how the loads are, all right? So 1 is the highest class with a lower load. Then comes 6, but that's like that, and it is a neutral, all right? Then it is this neutral, all right? Then it is these 2 horses, out of which 2 is out of form line, but 5 is with a form line. So the question is, first of all, with 0, 7 and with the highest quant 9, if the 9 doesn't win, I mean if the 1 doesn't win, and I don't see a reason for why 1 will not win, then here it is difficult on 2 because of the form line. 3 is difficult as well. Because if they are the same, then this is better. Then we drop down to here, which is this, then it becomes 26, which is good, the 4, but that is a neutral. And then on the fourth line is 7, which is a 0. Then it drops, and it drops like that. So the 5 is a check because of the form line, okay? Because of how things are, that 5 is a check. If you look, this thing is good. This thing is not in a form. This thing is not in a form. The 3, the 2 and the 3, not in a form. 4 is partially in form, but is going to run neutral. 7 is also like that, partially in form, but is going to run 0 here. And if that's the thing, then the others have advantage, and this is definitely something which is there. That's something we figured out here also, right? 297. So this is high. So the 1 I like. 7, we'll see what it does with 0. 2 is not in a form. 3 is also not in a form, but is the linear, right? This 7 is the second linear, and 5 is the third linear. Difference is this, that if this is the high, then it'll be somewhere, it'll go low, right? But the 2 is not in a position to deliver that as a low. That's not possible. Then it will go where? Then the lowest is here, okay? That is here. And if that is a low, then it will go high. Then 3. Then 3, because 2 is not in a form line. 3 with a very strong number and a very strong leverage on that 3. The 104, all right, what we had on 10. 10 was with the highest leverage. So that's the highest leverage. If the form line doesn't matter and the jockey, which is good, does the right thing, then probably these two. 7 is a 0. We'll see how that works. But I like 1 more than the 3 here. It's the class. The form line is stable. That's the highest quant. And this is where it is. Okay. 5 stays a check. There was 7 at Warwick Farm. I have no ways to look at those races, Dows. One should win. One should win. The 7 to the 0. We'll see how that works, Jimmy. I'm not sure how the zero is going to react. All right, this is the first. I mean, today is the first day we are doing the load, so we have to identify how the zero works. Okay, how the zero works. I know the higher numbers are dangerous. I know the lower numbers are also dangerous depending on where they're lying. But zero, I have no clue. So we'll figure out how the zero is going to react today. That's a zero, right? Okay.
Run, man. Knocked over the
Paltrow miss. This is an interesting galloper here, Hutch. One on debut in New Zealand, Aussie Kieran and his team saw that.
where's great piece of work.
I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy.
Another one interesting with Jack Turner sitting getting over the ground. What I noticed Amy from the jump out, she didn't look very big at all. I'm not sure if the horse alongside it just was a bit of a monster, but maybe you could let us know, what sort of type she is.
Yeah, well, I'd say she's a neat type, Archie. She's not the biggest horse in the yard by any stretch of the imagination, but what she lacks in actual size, she's lovely and deep through her girth, and she doesn't move like a small horse. So I think that she's actually really quite a nice type. Another one that's pretty forward here. There's a fair bit of intent from where I'm standing.
Number 4 used beautifully. This is from the Busford Young camp and Adelaide Company jockey Jet Stanley in the sun.
It was a good win at Terrain because sort of the runner-up Till Queen, who's one sense got that first run, Chip sort of, take a bit of a checkered path in the straight, levelled out, rallied strong to win. So good bit of merit to that. I think she can elevate off that sort of rating and that will give her a good chance to win.
Lovely tall style of filly there. She's very athletic as well and looks like she'd appreciate even getting over a bit further in time with more race experience. She's definitely at a fitness peak too. I don't think that there's any improvement to come.
Number 5's Echo Force, another filly who's been really consistent. Brian Begg looking for a race-to-race double here off the third at Caulfield.
I'm not surprised after 4 placing is sort of effectively over the sprint trips in the element try for 100 now because the way she got home at Heath Track quite fundamentally just boosted run well and torching that race in Bolton. She's racing well, she'll win another race, maybe she can get ahead of come today.
She looks the same as what she has done when I've seen her multiple times in preparation, and she's in really good nick. She's a good, strong barrel filly, just having a little bounce there, but that's nothing to worry about. She's just been...
Number 6 is Get Honour. This is the long shot from Larry in the quadding here. Mark Walker.
Look, probably had an excuse to clients, but nice debut win at Hillside.
Oh, no.
Then again, had the perfect run that day, so she's improving. She's probably going to have to. She's going to win.
Yeah, she presents really quite well. She was just a touch tense at times, but she's incredibly fit. Action looks beautiful there, going to dance.
Number 7's our favourite here, Gold Coast Bell. This is the daughter of So You Think, and I thought she was really impressive at Seymour. I think the camp had a fair bit of time for her as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to be with her. My best of the day, and I just felt that a lot of merit to that performance. Both runs have been good actually in this filly by So You Think, and what a wonderful sire he's been. And yeah, I think she'll go on with it, and hopefully she can land in a prominent spot once again and take a lot of reeling in.
She presented really well. She was nice and engaged in the yard, lovely and loose in her action. Has quite a nice attitude. She did call out once or twice, just little baby stuff that she's still doing. So I think mentally she's still going to continue to improve, but her condition was excellent.
So best of the day, Hutch. How do you see the price at the moment? 265.
Yeah, I thought about that sort of 250 was probably about as short as I want to take. And I must admit, though, beautifully at $10, I'm going to have to throw something on that also. I don't mark a fair bit shorter, but Ultra Miss was a key runner with that New Zealand form. Like, what do we do with her? And from, it's not easy when you're sort of, getting numbers from NZ, but clearly a nice prospect. Jump out was good. Key run in the race, and Eco Force is the other one. So on Gold Coast Bell, but I'll be saving on picks from.
Okay. Who have we got top from the yard?
I'm with Gwyneth, Little Miss Paltrow. Paltrow Miss, I should say, trying to be funny. I thought she looked super, really nice filly, not overly big like we touched on in the yard, but she's perfectly in proportion, moves like a bigger horse, lovely deep girth on her, and I thought that she saddled up looking an absolute treat. Of the others, your top pick there, Hutchie, Danny O'Brien's horse in Gold Coast Bell, that's no knock on her, should be my second pick here, but there's really not much between all these horses. Small field, fair bit of class, form all sort of matches up, and they all presented really well.
All right, Amy likes Ultra Miss, but the money is still pretty firm for Gold Coast Bell at $2.60. Good money coming from Miss Revealing as well. Ultra Miss is the third favourite here. Nick's best bet at Sandown is Crocodile. You can get $10 to win by less than a length and $10 to win by a length plus. Is that right? That's right. So if you think he's going to flop, go to length plus. If you think he's just going to fall in, go to length. Here we go. Yeah, so which way are you going? I'd say plus one length. A little bit of pace in the race, sort of over 1,800 metres. It could gap. Confidence. $10 Crocodile. I wonder if Danny O'Brien agrees. I don't think he will because he trains Gold Coast Bell. I think it's going to be hard to beat here.
Absolutely. Danny, Gold Coast Bell, she's a lovely style of filly, isn't she?
She's a bit of a sea thing. It's just starting to mature into a good style for her.
Yeah. Talking through her maturity, I noticed she just had a little call, little video as she was walking around the yard. Is she still mentally a work in progress?
Well, just hasn't had much experience, obviously. Only been to the races twice. So she'll pick it up, but she's got a pretty good temper.
Talk us through tactics here. It's a small field, as we know. As always, these can be quite tactical.
Look, she'll be forward. I think she'll let a leader or sit second. She won't be held up. So I think she's only running 1,000, 1,100, but at the 1,400 she'll have no problem being right on speed.
How are your confidence levels?
We like her. Respectful of the race. There's certainly a couple of other nice fillies in here as well.
The team's absolutely flying. Danny, you must be so pleased with how you're going.
Yeah, no, it's obviously the horses are what make it look good, and we've got some good horses at the moment.
Well done. Good luck.
Thank you.
He does have a good team of horses. He's got another so you think just like this girl that goes pretty well. Hutch Sass Appeal. I like it a lot of times for her.
She just keeps getting better.
Yeah.
Every time they step out. I know that Pat really said the other day, but even just relative to the other horses that, on the day that ran what she did in her first preparation, like, they can put her away now. I think they will have a big spring. There's no question. She's a real talent.
Haven't got anywhere near the bottom of her yet. Looks like the rain is starting to fall at Sandown. You can see the weather conditions there, and there is the front, which is coming across Sheffield Farm. Yeah, just get a bit more down the peninsula one. That's really needed. And guess what? We've got a listener, a viewer, I should say, Minos, Adam. He said, boys, you've forgotten about one of the great superstars in Paris.
Who's that?
The Bay.
Yes,
Brent
Brent
Thompson, the
Wow,
Bay.
there you go. How can we forget the Bay?
Ah, well done, Ed. Thank you for that.
Unforgettable.
Yeah, that's a good call. The Bay. I wonder if Matty Bill's had time to think of any other nicknames. Because it is more distant.
You might know a few nicknames of the callers that we don't know.
Well, the accurate one's the one that I can think of.
Yeah.
But, Matty, I'm not sure if you're there. Are there any other callers that have had great nicknames over the years?
Well, the one that comes to mind, and a good friend of Hutchie's as well, is our great mate Jim McGrath, who fought for the BBC for many years. He's known as the Croc over in England because he was an Aussie that succeeded over there, named after Crocodile Dundee. So that's he's more referred to as Croc than Jim nowadays. But as far as the jockeys are concerned, we certainly are bereft of them for the modern day jockeys, aren't we? And it's all about the promotion of the sport and these extraordinary men and women that ride these great horses. This is a good little race. Gold Coast Bell's a lovely filly, and Miss Revealing, who has got some decent form lines, particularly around She's a Alibi as the second elect. Paltrow Miss is the untapped horse that's formerly raced in New Zealand. And you'd think with these 3-year-old fillies racing midweek, with a little bit of quality, it can springboard them into some richer races over the next month or two. Last couple getting set beautifully and also Get Honor. So Gold Coast Bell 270 into 245 now. And as touched on, there has been rain between races to scatter the dust a little. It's relatively heavy for 5 to 10 minutes there. It's driving now, but still very overcast conditions, but the heat has gone out of today. Beautifully coming along, but it's the line of the field set. First leg of 20 here, they're ready and away they go. Beautifully, just missed it a beat. And also Poltro missed towards her inside. It's back in the field. Gold Coast Bell is going to jump beautifully and roll straight to the front. Beautifully kicked up to second. Poltro missed, got a bit of a dig and gets to third on the outer. Followed by Eco Force, and next is Miss Revealing, Get Honor and Organics as they head towards the top corner. 1,000 metres to go. Gold Coast Bell is the leader from Beautifully, and Eco Force is third. The Rails and Poltro Miss fourth. And they're 2 lengths Miss Revealing, followed by Organics, a length off her, and 3/4 of a length Get Honor. So it's the well-supported favourite, Gold Coast Bell. 800 metres to go. Just being pushed here by Beautifully, and they're 2.5 Poltro Miss outside of Eco Force. A length and a half to Miss Revealing, Organics and Get Honor as they run the corner. 600 metres to go. Gold Coast Bell from Beautifully, and they were followed a length and a half away by Poltro Miss, who's had a pretty good run in transit, hooked to the outer. Then Eco Force, Organics tapped along. Miss Revealing's got a lot to do, and then Get Honor. So Nurse down the dip of the 400. Gold Coast Bell in front from Beautifully. Now on the outside, Poltro Miss is going to give the favourite a race. So it's Gold Coast Bell at the 200 metres, with Poltro Miss moving up on the outside, and they set to again Miss Revealing. Poltro Miss under hands and heels, and Gold Coast Bell. Their stride was stride, but Poltro Miss gets its neck in front, away. And one of
3-7-1.
Poltro Miss won it from Gold Coast Bell, then Miss Revealing, followed then by Beautifully, next Eco Force, and towards the end of the field, Get On It.
Three, 7-1. I think. I'll check the numbers once again. They still haven't come out with the numbers, but 3 won. All right. Three. Three. 3, 7, 1, and 4. 3. We'll go to the next. If it doesn't rain. Five, 7, 9, 11, 15, 18. 5, 7, 9, 11, 15, 18. Scratched. 8, 4, 3, 12. So what are we dealing with? This is a puzzle. So this is an 1800 meter. The top of the class, which is going to be running a neutral, is an 8-year-old gelding. Okay, that's the top of the class. Then comes these two horses, which definitely are questionable because of their form lines, but 3 is there for some reason, which is there because it's a linear. Okay, 8 is on the lower line. 8 is on the lower line, but if we look at the quant of these two, and 4 is higher. So what happened here? Okay, let's first discuss this. So 7, we had to know what 0 means. Now, at the beginning of this stream, I mentioned that when the quant is there and it requires a very high load. If it is a very high load, then that is what it is. Okay, but that also has to be matched with the form line. This one did not have the form line, but that was the load capital. So that went through. Okay, the match was superb. There was no problem. So that went through. But the form line was definitely an issue. Okay. Now, here, the 8 has some kind of a form line, if we have to believe that, but that is trying to be like this one, but it is not the same thing, all right? All of them are on negative, and if that is that, then the higher negatives have a higher chances. So now the thing is, if we look from this perspective, they are the top load carrying, right? That's where the 8 is coming in. Then this one is the second in line. That's where the top load is coming. 4 comes up with quad more than 8, comes from a gate number 2 and with a much lower pressure. We can see that, all right? The load is much lesser. 8 is going to run neutral. What we just have seen is, or what the thing is, there are two issues. One is it is going to come from gate number 16. That's the first thing. The second thing is it is going to run neutral. Neutrals are neutrals. You know what they are. How they can work and how that thing can behave is something nobody knows. At least I don't know. What I have figured out is that to be a neutral and to do something meaningful, you have to be of a very high class, which is 1. But that's an 8-year-old, okay? Not in a form. So 8, I don't know if that's what the thing is. "12 drops, but that's a 3-year-old gelding over an 1800 meter. Now we generally have seen what? That it is a high pressure and then a low pressure. Okay, it's a high pressure and then a low pressure, or a low pressure then a high pressure. So in that case, you know, these two matches, because 2 is not able to work with 1, which is the 8-year-old, which is anyway the neutral. All right, if that wins, then there's nothing that can happen because that's anyway the highest here. All right, it's on the 3rd line, and that's that. If that wins, then God help. and then it is here. Okay, then it is here from an inner gate with a reasonable age, and then this is a 3-year-old gelding. Out of all this is a 3-year-old gelding, 1800 meter, with a beautiful form line, lower than this, but it also is lower than this. So which means that through quant it is higher, through quant it is lower, but advantage is like that. But out of all this, 4 is in a better, 4 is a better chance, I hope. 4 probably is a better, because 8 is going to run neutral. I don't trust neutrals. That is something that I don't trust. The 4 has issues. The issues are definitely the form line. All right, it is good, has a jock, but form line is definitely an issue. 12 is the linear, which is going to be from gate number 3. It's an 1800 meter. If it plays high pressure, low pressure, then these 2 horses, they have some serious advantage. Now, what happens to 14? Because we always thought that those are the things, but that's exactly what we are measuring here. So when this thing falls down, you see the numbers, that becomes a pressure line, right? This is where the things are. That's negative 45, this is negative 33, then all those are there, 41. So out here, these 2 horses are higher than 4, out of which they are also higher class, but they don't have a form line. 4 partially has a form line and is the third in the class line. All right, first, second, and third. That's third in the class line, where that 8-year-old gelding is the top. Very strong numbers. If that 8-year-old wins, then there's nothing. I mean, it doesn't have a form line, should not win. Zeros also generally don't win. So that thing is probably one of the best fit out of all those non-performing, things that are there. So that's that. And 8 is going to run neutral, so I don't know whether that'll do, but there's a strong chance 4 and 2 might get through. 4 and 12, I'm sorry, 4 and 12 might get through if that 8-year-old doesn't do something absurd that I am not expecting. 8 is a question. 8 is a question because it has a good hand, which is there, but it is going to be running neutral. Neutrals are neutrals. We all know what neutrals are. We've been doing those races. We know. If you still want to go with a neutral, that's a choice. It's going to come from gate number 16. 5-year-old gelding. How will that work? I don't know. So there are plenty of other things that might happen, might just go wrong. So those things are possible. They're all turning out to be neutral, so there's nothing that we can talk about them. So yeah, 4 and 12 has better chances. This is 31, higher on quant. 12 and 4 is a possibility. Good night, Gate. Thank you for being here, my friend.
That's the time too. So you can get $2.50 with
Race 6. Warwick Farm. Slinky. This one.
With cage today than what you could first up.
number.
Not really. I mean, he carried 62. He's got 60 today, but I think when you get up in the weights, all that little extra bit makes it a bit tougher. Genuine speed. I think it was a good race. I mean, in terms of the form. So he just probably needs to get it right sectional wise. He's been very good in his last two track and trip.
Yeah, I think he looks really good today. He's a horse that's always been work in progress mentally. I like it when he's nice and relaxed like he is here.
Number 6 is Roman's Luck, trained by Ken and Casey Keys. Looks good in the yard there. We haven't seen this galloper since early July.
Yeah, we saw it. Well, there was a jump out recently. It would have been funny to try to watch it because let's just say it was rather foggy. If you got that last 50 metres, I think
Did he look good?
he looked better than the last 50. But on a serious note, I'm happy to watch him today. He'll probably need a run or two to get up to.
He's going to have the blindfold go on for the first time when he gets round behind the barriers today. He's a bit of a barrier over this horse, so attitude with him is very important. He's previously had a barrier blanket on, but that comes off today and swapping that out for the blindfold. So we need him to stay nice and calm. He's good for him right now, but needs to stay that way.
Zakuma is our favourite, and it's something really impressive when it caught on the heath. It rounded them up and raced away last time, and it looks like the extra distance will be really suitable.
Yeah, that last 50 minutes was terrific. And you think that even though the rail's out, just a bigger track, up in trip, the likelihood that he'll be able to build, and Filio D'Argento should set a reasonable speed. So it's a nice setup.
Yeah, he looks outstanding here, doubled from head to toe, moving beautifully. He's a very attractive horse. It's a great grade.
Number 10, Lario, from the Danny O'Brien stable break. He's looking for a four-timer.
Look, I think he's going to have to improve in his last couple. The ratings aren't sort of there. Stable's flying. Last week wasn't benchmark 62 at Geelong. And he's going to need to bring a high level of form.
He's a pretty consistent horse in the way that he's turned out and the way that he races, and he looks very similar to how I saw him at Caulfield recently.
Number 12, Savvy Santa, comes through that flag flyer race. Can you make any excuses? Maybe just caught back on the inside.
Yeah, I had it on top last time, and I think that was the excuse. I just feel that he's still got a bit of upside. I liked his run at Sale. It was very steady tempo there. He hasn't really put up a big number yet, but he gets his opportunity and probably just a slightly more conservative ride here. Drops a couple of kilos in weight, not nothing there's a plus for him, and he should be ready to go about as good as he can go third up.
I can't fault him from where I'm standing here. His attitude's good, his action's good, and his overall look is as well, so no knock.
Number 13, another one that comes through the flying flag race, was Thinking Gold. It wasn't beaten far.
Yeah, and I think it was a nice enough run. I mean, it's sort of in the next few of the other ones, Michael, so yeah, certainly one that could figure in the finish.
He's a big, scopy, tall horse, this. He's got a nice attitude as well. To be fair, all the horses in this yard are really behaving very nicely at this point in time. Fitness will be no issue here.
In an open race, another one that's probably got a chance is Wolf Fess. She's shown ability. Hutch, can she progress today?
She's going to need to. I mean, I think her last couple haven't quite been good enough, so it's a competitive enough race where I don't want to have to sort of be too forgiving, and the market's not been that way inclined either at 29, so I'm happy to look elsewhere.
I think she's probably over the odds at that. She's a pretty consistent mare. She's very good looking. She's looked great all preparation. Today's no different.
One of the interesting things is Killinall from the right stable.
Have a great day, Dows. I'll see you on Saturday.
Ballarat, much weaker grade, but looked really strong.
They do that, yeah, it was a good performance. Looks a horse that was progressive in his own right, and he belted up weak opposition. And then again, 1800 on speed, take them really.
Yeah, another horse that looks really quite well. He's paraded beautifully. He's just having a little dance there as he's going out onto the track. Weight looks good, coat's good. Can't really fault him either.
And Wimmer Star, another one that's in winning form. Last time winning a 56, so it is a step up in price.
It is. So, yeah, just once again, a couple of these, if you like, lesser lights that are in good form have really got to raise the bar, and I'm just not sure they have it.
Yeah, he presents really quite well too. I acknowledge that he has to step up in grade and take that next step after that win at Camperdown recently, but he's very, very fit, so he'll have his best chance.
Let's have a look at number 1 here. This is Woods from the Henry Dwyer stable. Might be looking for a bit further.
Yeah, and I think another one that spoke about a couple that are on their way to the Bulls, the horse that went tracks during that carnival, and he's having a good little run. He doesn't often run a bad race, but he does love to get his toe in. It's a little bit of cushion that has been around today will let him help his ball.
little sprinkle of rain probably will as well. I think that he should have his chance. You know that he's going to be better over further, but he was actually more forward than what I was anticipating.
Well, he's also been owned by the Bull Eagle Glen Ingram, and there's been not one word of correspondence, which is not
Do you
unusual.
normally get it?
No, he leaves you out every single time.
Maybe you should text him.
You know, just because you asked, I'll send him a message.
There you go.
He's not that many horses, he's probably unaware. Who do we have on top here?
Look, this is a race that I was disappointed in a couple of scratches came out. Sakuma are a really nice horse. I think Pantheon Warrior have really improved potentially today. Filio D'Argento, Sammy Santa, could be a good form race going forward.
Who do you like, Amy?
Yeah, well, this is tricky, isn't it? I've actually found the same horse on top as you, Hachi and Zakuma. Thought he presented beautifully, just dappled from head to toe. I thought that his parade was excellent. Of the rest, Filio D'Argento saddled up looking really good. Great attitude on him today. Of the rest, I thought Wolfest presented like a horse that was way over the odds. She's looked really good.
I mean, this is the part that I do not understand. Are they selling, or they are actually talking about horses and horse conditions?
I don't
Are they selling?
Nick show.
This is the part which is very weird, because if they're talking about horses, they should be talking about the other things which are associated with it.
Back 2.5 at the top of the right. So, yeah, it's an interesting one.
Filio D'Argento's been in good form in recent times. Mark Cavanagh is with Amy.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Mark, Filio D'Argento has been such a good, consistent horse all preparation, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's just slowly sort of coming to hand now. He's starting to settle down a little bit and just do things with him.
No knowledge? I don't believe that, Jimmy. They definitely have
Talking about
the
tactics in
knowledge.
this race, can you
It
see
is
them
just
leaving
that
alone
they
now?
don't
I think
want you and I to understand that knowledge, or they definitely do not want you and I to interpret that knowledge. Knowledge, definitely they have.
See what happens.
We've heard from Brad talk about this horse previously and say what a hard pulling horse he is. He does a good job on him, doesn't he?
He does a very good job, you know, and I think I've had him in a couple of times to ride him work as well. So
Maybe, but
Gets on
I mean that's
most people,
the thing. I mean,
you know,
if
they feel they understand each other, so
what you're saying is right, she shouldn't be there in the first place.
Good to hear from Mark.
She's influencing people on financial investments, and if she doesn't have knowledge, she should not be there in the first place. And if she has knowledge, then why is she losing?
The ambulance will beat him home. Yeah, so not overly confident. Hello to the fellow connections out there watching.
You know, if you're gonna keep these texts for ones that matter.
Oh, hang on, he's just sent another through. Don't read this out.
Maybe, Jimmy, but I mean, this is where it becomes
Because eventually you start
the thing, you know.
Boo Radley, Shirley Jackson, Boo Radley, Daniel Harford, and
And the funniest part is she's saved her job being a rock for such a long time.
Sending them through. Let's head back out to Matty Hill.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one of those kind of job, Jimmy, where you can be wrong every time and you can still keep your job.
260 to 240. Scratchings here from that outside gate. Beg looking for a double. That man on screen. Craig Williams on Lario looking for 4 today as they continue to move up swiftly here. Now that to be called bull at Wolfest. Roman's luck will go up rightless.
Tommy, stop going, please. Tommy, stop going.
Now there's an issue in the gates. So that's a couple out here. Roman's luck. You can see jockey sitting on the continue. And it was to go into barrier number 9, take some scratchings away, gone into barrier number 8. But it's going to be better Roman's luck here. And some news is coming through So Haley Edison on scales just confirming that. Roman's Luck to be vetted, so obviously got practice at the gates. Gillinall about to join them. So we wait for the news here regarding number 6, Roman's Luck, who's currently a $41 chance. Leo D'Argento was okay here the other day, but he's a sprint to the line. But certainly needs it soft in front. We've got Killinall.
I don't know, I'm kind of...
We don't really know it's
I'm too small to comment on that, Jimmy, but...
It's a little bit of an eye catcher coming out of the Geelong.
That's not right.
Running in the Derby last year, but possibly needing longer. Pantile Warrior, in the meantime, goes up. As the vet runs the rule across Roman's Luck, as Sakuma is about to come along. That rain has disappeared. It's a little bit breezy out there, but the sting of the humidity certainly gone here now. So they're all in, but we wait on the news with Roman's Luck. We believe it's going to come out. We'll have this confirmed from Scales in a moment, but Roman's Luck is going to come out. So it's out at 6:01. Roman's Luck out at 6:01. Draw the line through Roman's Luck, who isn't competing. Jockey OK. Horse has been taken away to the back of the chute. And all clear is given. Away they go, and one's missed the kick 3 lengths. And Rimmer Star going back with it. Lario jumped well. With also Pantile Warrior as they head onto the course proper on the hillside. Emilio D'Argento is also going to boot up on the rails to lead the race outright for now with 3 across the track. And then Savvy Sander Thinking Gold, a length and a half, Killinall. Then came Moral, Rimmer Star, and then towards the outside of the course, Wolfess, and then 2 lengths Sakuma. And also once as they reach the 1,300 metres, where Emilio D'Argento is the front runner by about a half length to Pantile Warrior, and then 2 lengths to Lario, who gets a lovely drop on those. 2 further back is Savvy Santa Thinking Gold, and then came Moral, Killinall, it's outside. A couple of lengths away then to Wolfess, and then well back Rimmer Star, Sakuma, and once. Emilio D'Argento, 950 metres to go.
That's a bad idea on that 4. Look at the way they're waving that horse. That horse can win on its own. You do not need to rave it like that. Why? I mean, this...
Over a length, Sakuma, who has about 12 lengths to pick up from Rimmer Star at once as they run the turn. 600 metres to go, Emilio D'Argento. By a length and a quarter, Pantile Warrior, who's just softened up the leader, about 2.5 lengths to Lario, getting closer up on the
right, now run, baby.
From Thinking Gold, Savvy Santa, Killinall, then Moral, Rimmer Star, and Sakuma now down the outside, starting to come on. Emilio D'Argento at the 350 leading Pantile Warrior. Lario up on the inside, and now Sakuma is letting go right down the outskirts. Sakuma moves up, plains Emilio D'Argento, Pantile Warrior. Sakuma strikes the front and came clear, and it's Sakuma over
8.
Sakuma attacks the line under hands and heels and 1 2 1/4 Pantile Warrior, Emilio D'Argento, Savvy Sandra and Lario prominent before, then Moral. Next to finish in the race was Thinking Gold, and then came Killinall, and behind those Rimmer Star, Lario pulls up
8-3-4.
and Wolfess.
Eight, 3, 4. We'll go to the next. $11 scratched. 2, 3, 1, and 12. So you see, here the 3 won, right, on a 1400 meter. Why? Because of that, the load, right? And the 7 came in second, then came in 1. So here the 2 is the third. The top is here, okay? It doesn't have a form line. Has a jock. Has a jock. So if that form line stays like that and it doesn't do anything, that thing probably will not do anything. But if that form line doesn't matter, and on an 1800 meter that goes through, so both of these are 1800 meters. Now what happened here is see, apparently that's a queen. Okay, apparently that's a queen. Why? First is the class, then is the quant and the numbers. All right. But all that provided that the 5 doesn't do anything. If the 5 does anything, then all of those things are upside down. So 5 doesn't have a form line. I'm trying to believe that it doesn't have a form line. Like here, it did not have a form line, but it actually knocked it out. Here it is the same thing. I'm hoping that it will not do anything, but that's the highest. Then it is here where again the form line is missing, so those things are not there. So 35, will that get through? With that is difficult because there are others in between who are there. So technically speaking, these two are right odds. Okay, 2 and 3 because of the form line. Because of the form line, these two are the right odds. Zeros don't win. Zeros don't win, but that's that. Okay, and that's the quant. This is the highest, but lesser than this. Then definitely these guys are there, but they don't have a form line. Now, whether the 1 is going to get knocked out by somebody else is something that is very difficult to assume with whatever we have. But that's probably the right odd. 2 and 3 are the right odd. If that doesn't kick in and that doesn't kick in, which doesn't look like, okay, they don't have the form line. But if that kicks in, then that kicks in. Then there is no looking back. Then there is no looking back. This also makes sense. Why? Because it's a high pressure, low pressure. What happened here? The 8 actually won, which was a low pressure. And then the 3 was also the same, but on the higher of the quant. 34. This one was an 8-year-old, did not do anything. This one was running neutral. How this happened is something that even I don't know. I have a very limited understanding of neutrals, so that's where it is. Those are all low pressure horses that actually got through. The 4 came in third. Why? Because again, the same thing, what he did is he started raving that horse, which was not necessary, and they were raving it. It did not have a form line. It got raved. So that was, I mean, if we want to build up excuses, that's the excuse. All right. If we want to build up excuses, why the 4 did not work is because it got raved. It's a bad idea. You do not have to rave this horse. This can do its job without raving it. But he chose to rave that horse. It gave up. That happened. Here, this thing is not in a position because of the form line. This thing is not in a position because of the form line. So that's the highest. All right. Here, that was the highest that knocked out. Here, this was the highest that knocked out. These were bad. The 2 got in. This one got through. This one did not get through. So this is the highest. This was the highest. And this is the highest. All right. So if that's not the form line, then it'll probably not do. But here, it is because of the form line, but this is on the 3rd line. Okay. 2nd in class. So the odds are right because it will go high, low. Then this is anyway the EW which is there. So that'll probably, that's the right odd. That's all that I can say. They're both in the quant. This is high, this is low, the lowest. This drops high, cannot work. Same here, it drops high, plus the form line is not there. probably cannot do. This drops tremendously, probably cannot do. But that does not mean that the 1 is going to be the third, because there are others who are there very much to talk to 1. 6 and the 4, both. Okay. That, then 6 and the 4, maybe. But 2 is the right odd, based on the form line, based on the class, based on the load. We'll see if that works. 2, 3 are the right odds. It's not only that, Jimmy. The thing is, even if you, so what basically is something that in the last 3 races happened from that did not happen. 1 had a bad ride, 3 went through, right? So you can't do anything about rides, and if they do not have the form line, what kind of a trust factor can you build? The question is this: what kind of a trust factor can you build? Here, this was a terrible ride. Here it is. I mean, on papers, it is like this. And that's the right sequence as well. Okay. Through numbers, we see that. Unless this thing kicks in. If this thing kicks in, then it is upside down. Then you cannot do anything. That probably should not happen. That probably should not happen. This should not happen either. Very difficult. But then 1 is now questionable. All right. Why? Because that's the highest class. All right. Through the quant, that's the highest. Then it is here. Then it is here. It is dropping here. 60, 59, 60, 7, 59. So that's the difference. You see, that's a 57. From 57, it went to 59 and a half. And this is a 59 and a half that went to 60. So the thing dropped, but that's the leverage. Then it is here. So probably, yeah, those 2 are the right odds. I don't know about 1, because then again, it doesn't have the form line. The numbers are very supportive here. 5 should not be doing anything, but if it does, then it's upside down.
Setting those here, which can park over the speed essentially.
That's not our race. I don't know where they're showing.
Oh, was pretty sound too.
I wouldn't ever doubt the stable about getting horses ready for this kind of a trip first up.
Willard King was very impressive last Hutch. That's the favourite.
He's won 2 of 3, and there's been a format of that battle route when dominant performance. I think he'll relish the rising trip and looks hard to beat.
He's quite a nice type too. He's athletic, he's handsome, and he's in really good nick.
Number 3 is Crocodile from the Godolphin stable from Hayes Camp, dropping a lot in class.
And a horrid trip around the Awesome Classic was off the track the whole way, and same price. So there's been excuses. One go on Hillside for a win, and could easily see Crocodile bounce back down in class.
He's a pretty consistent horse in the way that he's turned up his last 3 starts, and it's exactly what I'm seeing again today.
Number 4 is Jonich. We've seen this boy come back from Tasmania where he contested the Derby.
Yeah, look, he's a back marker. He takes a while to wind up. He started favourite, of course, in the Derby. So genuine excuses there. Lightly raced progressive, some done deal. He'll run well. I just wonder with that fresh and back in trip, maybe he might find a few bits slick, but it's a quality horse.
It's definitely a hard ask to make that trip over to Tassie and come back again and continue on to the preparation, but he seems really nice and bright in the yard. His condition is excellent, his coat's beautiful.
Number 5 is Lunar Force here. Won very nicely on debut at Seymour, but owned by Alan Tyson, Fossey Racing Victoria, who on that occasion told everyone he had no chance whatsoever and got the cash that he don't know.
There's a lot of stories like that, Grayson. Marshall, there's a lot of stories.
Well done.
Well, I wonder if they're giving it a chance, though. It was a nice win. I think it was a beautiful ride, wasn't it? That should be better for the experience, but this is hard.
Yeah, he's a lovely big scopy type of horse with a good action too. Looks to me like he's going to appreciate even stepping up over further in the not too distant future.
Number 6 is Abrafo. Good win 2 starts ago, and then was it just a matter of being outclassed last time at Caulfield?
Well, it's interesting. It was one of those horses whole load of top scratching at the review change. I think it's on time going back onto that, so that might be a factor to see improvement.
He's a lovely, strong, athletic type of horse. I think you can just put a ride through that last start if the tongue tie does the job here.
Number 7, Spiritu from the Tim Fitzsimmons stable. Nice debut win.
Yeah, the format of that race hasn't worked out well. It didn't rate that well, so it's a nice performance. You 1-for-1, you can have people to put up against, but that's why it's a target.
I think it's quite a smart gear change too. The blinkers coming up, stepping up in distance, having the benefit of having sort of race day experience previously. He's a good style horse. He's very tall and athletic. and he's exactly what his pedigree would suggest when you put him.
Number 8 is Bertrand from the McAvoy Yard. Been very well played, 3 starts, and Weaker Company steps up today.
Value chance if you're looking for one of the prices.
He's a neat horse with a big action, similar to the filly that we saw win before.
Number 9 is Valiant Sun. Liam Halley trains his 4 starts and winning the 3rd.
And the covered ground at Pakenham excuses were still very well beaten, so needs to prove off that.
Jimmy, tough race.
He was very happy in the yard. He was a very fit horse. Don't know what you make of that 4 run, but if you could put a line through it, he should be able to run an okay race.
10 I Belong is a daughter of Russian Camelot, trained by Cindy Alderson, who won a fast start at Seymour.
Yeah, and it was a good win too. They went forward and led over 2,200 and they got back in slow race won by KJ at Hillside Start prior. But if they're positive, I know back to 1,800 may not be ideal, but this is a progressive filly. I think she'll run a big race.
She had a lovely coat on her too. She's a nice style of horse. Just looks like she's going to continue to get better as she gets up over further. Just dropping back is my only question.
Number 12, Russian Duchess. Well, its form's been franked. Zakuma. It ran second to it last time out of Caulfield, which is Zakuma.
It did, had its chance there, but I know this race is finishing runner-up to that particular galloper, so yeah.
Another horse that presents really quite well. She's got a good action. She was particularly happy while she was in the yard. Had a really nice, relaxed attitude.
What are we doing here, Hutch? If you like the race progressive start.
Oh, look, it was one of my better plays of the day. Of course, Roulette King. I would be trying to prove it. It's 2 bits you should be down. If you got an early price, well done. I think the horse that is overs for me, probably also the John will get back. I think I Belong can go forward. And, gee, that was a good win, 3rd career start. And I think there's got the opportunity to improve a little bit further. And that one, Hillside over the mile was had some merit to it. But yet, for the record, I'd be shouting home Roulette King, maybe throw I Belong to the exotics.
Amy's eye has been well and truly in today. 5 from the first 6 races. Amy, is that the running for you again today?
Possibly, Jimmy, but
On top of the yard for me for this race. I just really like him. I think he's got a good bit of quality about him. Thought he presented really quite well. Fitness isn't an issue from what I could see, and thought that he should be running a good race. Like the rest, a couple of nice progressive stone types here that I think are going to get better. So get over further. John Itch settles up looking great. Luna Force and Vera 2 were some of the few that caught my eye.
Thank you, Amy. So breakdowns are on top for Amy, but the money's been very solid indeed. Roulette King into $2.25. You can get 230 beast mode. Now, Crocodile was the one that Barry was tipping earlier, and it has been a firm lately. It's into $4.20, opening up at $6, dropping back in class, and get $4.89 on beast mode. And have a look at this mode. If you think it'll win by less than that, you're getting $10. If you think it'll win by more than that, you're getting $10. So jump in there, have a look. Max stake limits apply. Unlock your exclusive markets there. What are you really gambling with? For free confidential support, call that number or visit Gambling Help online. So that's some nice overs there with Crocodile. Matt Hill's been calling very well. Matty, this is an interesting race.
King goes in. Certainly is, Michael. Being a 3-year-old race at this time of year is going to be a springboard for a couple of these nice horses as, of course, bigger fish to fry over the next couple of months across all different states. John Itch is about to come along with also Valiant Sun, Brave Dancer. I Belong to move up along with a Bravo. So we've had a little bit of rain, just a bit of a scud of a shower really for about 2 or 3 minutes as the horses went onto the track, but that has eased off again. But as I mentioned earlier, it's getting a little bit on the chilly side out here now, later in the day. Now, Valiant Sun going forward, Jason Maskeel. John Itch about to come along, and I Belong will be the last one. So Roulette King into 215 now. So this has been constant money for the favourites. Luke Curran with I Belong goes in. And they're all in. With John Itch completing it, sitting in at the 1,800 metres, this time for the 3-year-olds. The 10 of the Brave Dancer, they're racing. Towards the outside, John Itch, one of the last to lead, with also a Bravo. Beginning well out deeper is Barat 2. It's one of the leaders with I Belong, and then Valiant Sun behind them with Russian Duchess. Brave Dancer got to 5th. It's still 3 wide at this point of the race, though. In fact, it's between horses now, so getting closer to the rails. Out deeper and Bertrand around it. So they settle. I Belong as the front runner for Curry by a length and a quarter. With out wide on the track, Baratu couldn't get across because punching up underneath of it for now was Bertrand. So a little bit more work for Baratu. Fourth, Russian Duchess, then Valiant Sun, Crocodile, Brave Dancer now shuffled back to beyond centre field. And Bravo next on the fence. They were followed by out deeper on the track, Lunar Force, and then well back Roulette King. And at the end of the field, Jonich. I Belong bowling out at the 1,000 metres. 2 lengths Baratu, a length and a half Russian Duchess, and then fourth Bertrand. Crocodile fifth on the rails, 3/4 Valiant Sun. Then out 3 wide Lunar Force with Brave Dancer next to Bravo pulling on the inside. Followed by Jonich, and last of all the favourite, the well-supported favourite into 2:15 with bookmakers Roulette King. So I Belong just trying to nick off before the corner of the 700 metres. 2 lengths in front of Baratu, and then Bertrand, Russian Duchess, the rails, a length Crocodile, Valiant Sun, Lunar Force, then Brave Dancer in the back half with Jonich. Now Roulette King is still last, and will have to run past all of them as they come down to the 400. It's I Belong in front, shook up with Russian Duchess back on the inside, Bertrand and also Baratu joining them too. They're across the track. Then Lunar Force, Brave Dance is starting to weave through. Crocodile needs a run, and Roulette King is now unleashing right down the outskirts. Across the course, Roulette King swept up with 100 metres to go from last. Raced away from Brave Dancer, Jonich. This is going to be the win of the day. Roulette King, impressive again. 1 mile length. Second,
2415.
Lunar Force, Crocodile, no luck. Then came Valiant Sun and Bravo, and back behind those horses was I Belong with Russian Duchess, Baratu, and at the tail was Bertrand.
Two, 4, 1, 5. 2, 4, 1, 5. So 2 went through. 3 got knocked out. But why? 0. That's why. 4. This was low. This was lower. 2, 4, 1, and then 5. That would have toppled it up, but did not have the form line. Okay, that happened. We'll go to the last one today. This is a death trap. Seven has been scratched. 8132. That is the third favorite that got home. Eight, 1, 3, 2. So about this one, the problem is this, that it's a same sex, same age. Generally, it is about a low pressure race that happens, and so what is going on here is this, that so far what we have seen is that there's a relationship with the quant and the load. All right, it is more or less there, maybe a little fine tuning, but here is the problem. The 8 is on a very lower side of the quant. So far, whatever has happened within the quant. That's on a very lower side. But the problem is this, that we have no clue about this. At least I have no clue how this thing works, because it's a same sex, same age race, and where things can go wrong is very difficult to assume how this thing plays. Okay, it's generally a low pressure. This is not high, this is low. The body weight is also good, but then there are others who are with lower pressure. So this one, the 2, if we talk about, the 2 is the highest in the class. Beautiful match, but doesn't have a form line. Okay, the 1 which is good so far, we've been getting the higher loads. That is the higher load, but if they are the same, then 3 has an advantage, but 3 is not in a form. And generally, it doesn't go to the high pressure. Generally, it doesn't go to the high pressure. Generally, it is a lower pressure. So, things can go wrong, and things can go wrong in a very, very weird way. Things can go wrong. This one doesn't have a formula. This one is also questionable. Will not happen here. It drops to 6, which is a 7-year-old mare. Number 1, 4, 6, 7, 9, 15, 52, 7, 15, 16, 5, 5, 22, 10, 10, 17, 9, 17, 5, 6. I will not get into this, but that 6 is a check. Eight is the challenger. Okay, 8 is the challenger, not the lowest. 48, physical 47, higher in quant, but form line is missing here. There's a little form line. This is here, but it's a very high on the higher end. Linear, that generally doesn't happen. 3, which is the lower one, is the same problem. There is a form line issue. And 8 is the favorite, which is the challenger. Is it a low pressure? It is, but is it low enough? I don't know. We'll see how it works. Generally, this we have failed multiple times. I don't know how this works. It's a same sex, same age. Doomben. Doomben is something that even I miss. Doomben is something even I miss, but I don't have those feeds anymore, and I think I have to give up the feed because it's becoming a struggle. But this race is, Jimmy, you know what it is. It's a bad one. It's a very bad recipe. It's a very bad recipe. I mean, education is it's a very fancy word, Jimmy. I think it is more of understanding the risks that you are taking and where it stands. The more you are aware of the risks, the better it is. I mean, I have a very low risk tolerance, man. I cannot get into risky stuff. I have a very low risk tolerance. I cannot get into risky stuff. It doesn't matter how good it looks, how bad it looks. If it is not something that is looking okay. And the thing is, I kind of remember where I failed. So that's the most important part. I kind of remember each and every race where I have failed. And if I do not have an answer why I failed, I do not touch it. until and unless I have an answer to this, like for example, the neutrals, I don't have an answer to the neutrals. So whenever it is a neutral, I'm out. I don't have an answer for the neutrals, so I kind of, it doesn't make any difference to me how good or bad it looks, but a neutral, I'm out. And then we are figuring things out, how things are working, so we'll see. This thing, I don't know. I don't have an answer to this. I mean, I've tried everything, but it never worked for me. And I don't know what goes wrong whenever it is a same sex, same age. I have no answer to it. So for me, it is something that I don't understand, and until and unless I have a clarity on this, I'll be out. Won't get into it. Yeah, probably you're right, Jimmy. But certain things are beyond control. I mean, you can't justify a bad ride. I do not want to get into that blame game of the jockey did not do the right job. No, I don't want to get into that. I need to find valid reason why things did not work. Like for this one, I believe more than the jockey kind of raved this horse, and the moment he started raving it from the gates, I knew it is upside down. So whether the jockey made a bad decision or it is the form line, I have no clarity. 8, I was anyway not in, because A, it is from gate number 16, B, it is a neutral. Here, again, that one with a pathetic ride. It started from the gates with nobody's. It was racing like there's no tomorrow. The 7 was definitely something that I did not know what will happen here, but the 3 without a form line kind of went through. So how did that happen? I don't know, but that's the number. All right, it is capable of doing, like here it was capable of doing it. It got into the 3rd or the 4th position. It got in there, could not topple it off. Why? Because of the form line. So there I have a little clarity. The 2 was in a better position with the form line. Now what happened to the 3 is because of 0. Yeah, I don't have an answer on that, Jimmy. I don't have an answer on what neutrals are, and when they win, when they don't. I have an assumption that they win when they're really high through the class, but other than that, I have no idea of when they do and when they don't. But for me, I think it's a better idea that I stay out of the neutrals, because that's something that I cannot comprehend. So I stay out. And let's hope that we we don't get nuked in the next couple of days and we can keep racing. If we get nuked, then adios, Jimmy. If we get nuked, then yeah, scary as in like, man, we are in the same continent. We are in the same continent, bro. If they nuke, then same to you, bro. Same to you. Bro, I hope that never happens, but right now there are very strange people who are taking very strange decisions. I hope that never happens, but there are very strange people taking very strange decisions right now. So nothing is off the limits, you know.
The race is good. I thought this was a really tough race to finish the day.
Graham Beggs had a really good day. Can he get another winner, Amy? But we're going to go to Amy. Oh, nearly. Oh, Amy. You know what that is? That's three. I was just folding.
So I'm happy to go home, guys. I don't have to do it. I'll just go now.
Jimmy, don't talk about religions and all that, please, bro. We are a very neutral channel. We do horse racing. We don't talk about religions and all that. No matter how true or false they are, let's not do that, bro. We are a different breed of people. We like horse racing. It's a sport. We are sportsmen. Not exactly sportsmen, but yeah, borderline. Religious things, I mean, let's just not discuss all that. But God knows what will happen if they nuke. They nuke.
Other horses are quite composed. So not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing with her. She is particularly fit though.
Number 4 is Blistering. I'll ask that winner at start.
Like the
Thank you for doing that, bro.
On side, got a dream run through. So Blistering, look, she's going well, the man. But I think she's a bit flattered on that occasion. That said, she has won at the hillside and she's in good form.
I think when the one-eyed blinker went on, that was the key to her success last start. She's a cranky old mare, this. She can really put on a bit of a turn in the yard, but she was really quite good for her today.
Number 5 is Bon Fett. This is from the Warren stable, dropping down in distance tonight. Yeah, back from 2,200 metres on the 8th of Feb, so back to a mile.
and has a good record over the trip. So being in some slowly run races might be suited him.
Well, she's a very, very fit mare. She's holding on.
No, it's okay, Jimmy. You
And with her slight little freshen up.
you spoke your mind,
Absolute fits a little bit.
which is good.
6 Rapid Cheval, trained by Bev Lemming. Down
But I
the
mean-
Gold Coast. Last time finished 6th of 9. Please.
Let's just keep it clean. I mean, I don't think it's necessary for us to talk about religion. We have enough problems in our hand. We don't know what the neutrals are.
About her. She's not going to be my on top
We don't
selection.
know how
She's got
this
lovely attitude and a really
all
nice
mare
attitude, so I can't fault
is
her.
going to work. So we've got enough problems in our own hand.
Only lightning race. Frank Williams.
Religion is probably the least of our problems at this point of time.
Well, she'll get a good run from the barrier, and there's no major knock. She's been very consistent, ready to peak third up.
Yeah, she's just a really lovely man. This physically and with her attitude as well. She's always parades like an absolute darling, and I think she's going really well.
What have you done in the last few months?
This was a tough race. I didn't feel like I got a good handle on this race. I ended up with Champagne Jenny. I thought get a good run, been a big drifter. Should get how do you judge her? Pulled up lane the other day. It's sort of difficult to work out. So with
Yeah, before it ends. And if it ends, it ends, bro.
I went 3, 1, 2, and 8, but I thought there were a lot of moving parts to this race. Who caught your eye, Amy?
Well, Paula actually was a standout for me in the last race here. She just looked sensational. As soon as she walked in the yard, she's a very fit mare, beautiful attitude, so she really did pick herself here. Of the rest of them, the number one, Chingrita, I haven't seen her before, but she's a really lovely looking mare. I would have thought that she's pulled up lane last start. She hasn't got the most fluid action, so I'd just be surprised to see if that's not just the way that she moves, and maybe there wasn't anything too wrong with her after that start. But Paula on top clearly in the last year.
Really on the top, the favourite for Amy. She's been ripping form too. So, as Hutch was saying, the money has been very strong. Shingrita, the late money's also come. So you can see there the percentage change with points with the top two. By far and away the best back runners in the race. You've got Beast Made there if you want to give yourself a little bit of juice in the last. What do you really get?
Yeah, get that.
For free confidential support, call that number.
Get that.
you got that right. You've hit fortnight the day, Michael.
It'll be 7 races.
Well played.
We finally got.
You took a while to warm up. You've been a long day.
It has been a long day. No, it's been an enjoyable day. I think we've got a bit of form we can follow out of this race as well. This race season.
Yeah, no, there's been some nice horses for sure. And it's that time of year where there's still some carnivals and SA, and maybe later, of course, with Queensland, where there's some options.
You're welcome,
Some
bro.
horses going forward. Seeing 1 or 2 that have put their hand up today and said,
We'll have a lot of fun here.
Well, if you're happy to play in the last Good Luck Punters, Matty Hill's calling brilliantly, and I'm looking forward to his call of the Tigers taking on the Blues tomorrow night as well, Matty.
Good on you, Mick. I hope I can get them over the line for you. A couple of new players as well, and a debutante, so it's going to be a great atmosphere again.
Yeah, if you get those nice
some great racing too. Saturday
flights,
good car.
non-expensive flights.
Competitive, so we've got a big day on Saturday.
Generally, it's about
Last one,
1,000 to 1,100 one way.
1,600 metres. And the field locked away. Set of the mark.
US.
On Fit Bonfit away. Oh, now there's one missed the start. Champagne Jenny has missed it by 8 or 9. Cooler began well and leads this time, Girl. Bonfit's going to punch through between horses here and just keep its body in there for the time being. So this time, Girl was caught a little deep, and then Rapid Cheval as they complete the first 400.
Yes, approximately 2,500.
And Champagne Jenny is basically uncompetitive now and has been eased out of the race. So the front runner, this time, Girl, pressing to the lead from Cooler second, happy to take the trail. Bonfet third outside of Rapid Cheval. They were followed by Blistering, 3 lengths to Cheerangita, and Champagne Jenny eased out of the...
No, you need to look for the right time, the right season. And if you book it in advance, then you get a lot of discount.
just to slacken it by
You have to get it
Rapid Chevelle Bond
on
Fair,
time.
2 lengths Blistering,
So
2
you-
lengths last year, and Gita.
If you book
So
it
this time, Girl
like
gets
4
an
months in
opportunity.
advance,
Girl gets closer now on the outside, approaching the
you'll get a
corner.
right. You'll get the right prices.
Again, they're 2 lengths now, a length and a half. Bond Fed, Rapid Chevelle, Blistering, and Cheer and Gita last of the main body. Cooler brought towards better ground in the middle of the course as they reach the 450. It's this time Girl also coming to the middle of the track, still being nursed down Corrigan Dip, leading Cooler by a length, and there a gap. Bond Fed, Blistering, and Cheer and Gita now to the outside, still with a bit to do. As they reach the 200, Pula went to the front with Blistering chasing. It's Pula leading. Blistering's the main threat on the outside though. Blistering on one right rein, moves up to Pula, who won't live in. Blistering just in front. Gee, this horse is going well.
481.
2.5, Cheer and Gita. Then this time Girl, Bond Fed, Rapid Chip.
That 7-year-old. Can you believe that? That's a 7-year-old mare. It always goes wrong. It always goes wrong. The 7-year-old, bro. The 7-year-old. The grandma. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Sandown Hillside today. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching the live stream and anybody who's going to be watching this as a replay. Thank you so much for doing that. It means a lot. And thank you so much for being there, my friend Jimmy. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dow's, I know you've left, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gate, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I know you've left, but thank you so much. Cliffy, thank you so much for being there, my friend, and thank you so much for bringing in your friends. Thank you so much. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you, gentlemen.